Emperor sits upon the golden throne and studies a wound in reality that does not belong to his galaxy. Beyond it lies a crude, nascent world where demons of a different hell claw their way into screaming skies unchecked. He sees a lone warrior there, a future slayer, and understands that this universe leans on one mortal spine to resist damnation. The Emperor decides that a single spine is not enough, not when the warp itself strains toward this new breach. He rechains the Golden Throne's engines, twists the webway like a spear, and hurls a fragment of himself through the howling tear. He falls like a star made of hate and sunlight. The sky above Argent D'Nur is already broken, split into veins of molten red where hell bleeds through. Walled cities ringed with stone bastions and rune-etched ballistae fire blindly into the rifts, their quarrels burning to slag before they land. In the capital, Terra, peasants press their faces to shuttered windows as horn blasts roll over the cobbled streets, and the bell of the high keep tolls with a cracked, frantic rhythm. On the outer walls, Argenta sentinels brace behind crenellations, while the world ends in front of them. Knight Captain Elan of the Argent Vanguard spits blood through his teeth and plants his shield against the parapet. His armor is hammered steel over chain, strengthened by crude power nodes that pulse a faint blue along the edges. Demons batter the wall, pink, hulking things with bone plating and furnace mouths, imp skulls on their belts, and claws that screech along stone. Elan, a young sentinel at his side, screams, crossbow jamming as he tries to reload. The gate below explodes inward in a shower of stone dust and burning wood. A baron of hell, twice the height of a man and thrice as wide, shoulders through the wreckage. Its horns scrape the archway, sparks spilling as if the stone was steel. It roars up at the walls, the sound tearing at lungs, and then it charges, hooves smashing flagstones toward the inner city. Elan feels the tremor through his boots. He knows what happens if that beast reaches the market districts, the churches, the warrens. He also knows they cannot stop it. Volley fire, he shouts anyway, because that is what the living do. Aim for the joints. They loose. A storm of bolts and javelins rains down, some crackling with stored energy, most just sharpened steel. The Baron barely slows. Bolts stick in its flesh and ignite, only feeding the flames already spilling from its maw. The beast lowers its head to smash through the inner gate. The world turns gold. It begins as a single point in the sky, brighter than the sun, descending at a speed that makes the air scream. Clouds vaporize in a vertical column. Demons, mortals, even the stone itself pours as shadows stretch and twist toward that falling star. Elan shields his eyes. The star hits the Baron of Hell like judgment. There is no impact sound, only a pressure that crushes breath and thought. White gold light blossoms, and for a heartbeat all of Terra is a negative image etched in fire. When reality snaps back, Elan finds himself on his knees, ears ringing, armor hot. The gatehouse is simply gone. Where the Baron stood, there is only a crater of vitrified stone, edges glowing. At its center stands a figure. He is vast, taller than any Argenta warrior, wrapped in Baroque armor of beaten gold. Every surface is etched with sigils that hurt to focus on and comfort something deep in the hindbrain at the same time. A crimson cloak hangs behind him, unburnt in the heat. In his hand rests a sword as long as a war horse, its blade a line of white sunfire. The Emperor of Mankind looks up at the rifted sky of Argent D'Nur and assesses this new hell. For a moment he simply stands, war avatar stabilizing, psychic anchors biting into this universe's fabric. His senses lance outward. He tastes alien laws of physics, another iteration of the Imperium, raw hell energy pouring through wounds in the world. It is crude, brutish, unrefined, yet potent. He also tastes fear. Humans here feel the same. Screams snap him back to the immediate. The wall still teems with demons. The Baron may be ash, but lesser fiends surge up the ladders and over the shattered gate. Imp swarms leap like burning spiders. A winged monstrosity with a cyclopean eye swoops low, firing crackling orbs that detonate in gouts of eldritch plasma among the defenders. The Emperor moves. He steps once, and the distance from crater to courtyard shortens under his will. Stone buckles but does not shatter. The winged demon wheels to face him, sensing the new threat, its eye dilating with hungry light. He raises his free hand. There is no gesture, no incantation, only intent. The air crystallizes into a psychic spear and drives through the demon's eye. It dies in silence, body unraveling mid-flight into ash that blows away on a wind that wasn't there a second before. On the walls, Argenta soldiers stare. By the father, someone whispers. What is he? The Emperor does not answer. He has more immediate questions. A pack of lesser demons, horned, muscular brutes wielding crude blades formed from their own bone, charges him with mindless roars. He steps into them. The sword arcs once, twice, 3 times, each movement effortless and precise. Where the blade passes, bodies dissect at the molecular level, slice so cleanly that halves do not fall apart until the light on the edge dims. Blood, viscera, and burning ichors spatter the cobbles around him. One demon survives the first sweep, lunging from his blind side, jaws wide. The Emperor turns his head a fraction. A corona of psychic force flares around him, invisible but absolute. The demon hits it like a fly against a window and splatters against the unseen barrier. To the defenders above, it looks like a golden god casually clearing his feet. Codex note. The war avatar manifested on Argent D'Nur carries roughly 1/10,000th of the Emperor's true psychic mass, constrained to prevent catastrophic collapse of the host universe's local reality constants. On the wall, Knight Captain Elan's fear sours into something else. He feels hope. Down, he shouts, grabbing the arm of the young sentinel beside him. We ride to him, to the Golden One. They thunder down the nearest stair, boots clanging on stone, spears and swords in hand. As they descend, they pass civilians huddled in the shadow of the walls. Old men clutching rusted pikes, women with children under their cloaks. A priest muttering prayers to the Father, fingers white around a battered icon. Outside, the battlefield stinks of ozone, scorched demon flesh, and fear. The Emperor raises his gaze to the nearest hell rift. It hangs above the outer field like an open wound, edges rimmed in blackened lightning. Through it, he glimpses a realm of rusted iron, screaming souls, and rivers of molten rock. Chains as thick as tower columns pierce the sky on the other side, anchoring to some vast unseen structure. He recognizes the pattern. This is not the warp he knows, but the rhyme of it is close enough. A pocket dimension of distilled malevolence, fueled by suffering, reaching greedy fingers into real space. Another flavor of chaos, another parasite, another enemy. He lifts his sword and points it at the rift. A line of gold traces up from the tip, a thin beam of light that spears the heart of the wound. The rift convulses, screams echo from the other side, not all demonic. Reality here resists him more than it does in his own universe. The constants are wrong, the substrate different. Pushing his will through this medium is like forcing a blade through hardened bone rather than flesh. He does it anyway. The rift clamps down like a clenched fist and implodes, vacuum thumping against the walls as air rushes to fill the absence. Demons near its edge are caught in the collapse, dragged back half through, and then sliced apart as the aperture seals. The strain hits him a moment later. Pain lances from his avatar's chest, mirrored faintly across the gulf to his true body on the golden throne. The warp math he rewrote to get here pushes back, like a coiled spring that refuses to stay compressed, maintaining a stable anchor between universes while exerting large-scale psychic force is expensive. He does not grimace. He notes the cost. More rifts glow a baleful red along the horizon. For each he might seal, 3 more will open. This hell has momentum. Hoofbeats drum behind him. Elan reins in his warhorse as it skids in demon gore, stopping a respectful distance from the crater. He swings down, dropping to one knee without thinking. He does not know who this being is, but he knows power when he sees it. And he knows salvation when it stands in front of him, bathed in enemy blood. Lord, Elan bows his head. I am Knight Captain Elan of the Argent Vanguard, sworn sword of King Novik. If you are friend to man. He glances at the dead demons all around. You are welcome in Terra. The Emperor's gaze flicks to him. He looks through Elan. In the brief contact, the Knight Captain feels his whole life laid bare. Drills in the training yards, first blood on a demon's blade, the day his brother died during the first breach, the quiet guilt that he survived. It is not invasive. It is simply knowing. I am the Emperor, the Golden Warrior says. His voice is calm, resonant, carrying easily over the field. I am friend to humanity. Take me to your king. Elan swallows, throat dry. At once, Lord Emperor. Behind them, the wall erupts in fresh battle cries as sentinels surge to exploit the demon's disarray. The tide turns, if only for a moment. The Emperor feels the pulse of this world's defenders. Courage, brutality, superstition. They fight with steel and simple energy weapons, backed by rites that taste of unrefined psychic resonance, prayers half remembered from some better time. They are crude, but they are fighting hell with everything they have. It awakens something in him, an old satisfaction, humanity standing and refusing to kneel. His satisfaction is tempered by a cold assessment. They will lose. Elan leads him through the smashed inner gate, across the courtyard past smashed siege engines and burned-out carts. Wounded soldiers lie on stretchers, some missing limbs, others burned so badly they are barely recognizable. Above, banners snap in the demon-burned wind, the wolf skull sigil of the Argenta, the sunburst of the Father. As he walks, some of the wounded reach out to touch his greaves or the hem of his cloak. Wordless, eyes wide, he lets them. The contact costs him nothing and buys them strength. A man with half his face burned away croaks, "Are you the Father?" The Emperor pauses just long enough to meet his gaze. "No," he says. "Your father is another. I am a guardian. Rest. You have done well." The man sobs, not from pain, and slackens on the stretcher. In the shadow of the inner keep, another figure waits. He is robed in heavy crimson, hood pulled low. Golden metal ribs arc from his back, ending in rune-lit censer orbs that emit a sweet, cloying incense. His face is pale and sharp, eyes lined with kohl, lips pressed thin. Around his neck hangs a sigil resembling a stylized winged halo. He radiates authority and something else, a taste of another power, Urdak, the Emperor's mind supplies from the information washed through the tear. Maykrs. High Deg Urdak, Elan mutters under his breath, tone tightening. The king's priest. Urdak steps forward, flanked by acolytes bearing tomes and relics. In the name of the Father and the Maykrs, I greet the one who falls from the sky, Urdak says smoothly. His voice projects with practiced ease, every syllable designed for crowds and cathedrals. We saw your descent from the spires of the high cathedral, a sign perhaps, or a test. He looks the Emperor up and down, gaze lingering on the armor, the impossible weapon, the residual glow around him. You are not of Urdak, he says, and you are not of hell. What are you? I told your captain, the Emperor replies. I am the Emperor. I rule another mankind. I am here to prevent its extinction, and yours. Urdak's lips curl faintly at the word rule. Many have claimed to be gods or kings in these days, he says. The Father is the only true divine. The Maykrs are his messengers. You stand before their order and claim a throne. I do not claim your father's throne, the Emperor says. I have my own. The two stare at each other across the blood-slick stones. Elan shifts uncomfortably. High Deg, he says quickly. With respect, he closed the hell rift with a gesture and slew a baron like it was a rabid dog. He's no demon. He fights for us. Urdak's gaze does not leave the Emperor. Demons can deceive, he says softly. So can angels. Before tension can thicken further, another voice cuts across the courtyard. Enough, Urdak. If he wished us dead, we would be ash already. King Novik of the Argenta strides down the steps of the keep. He is armored, helm under one arm, face lined with age and battle scars. Grey has begun to thread through his dark hair, but his eyes are clear, hard. His breastplate bears gouges from demon claws and the sigil of his line. Wolf skull crowned in iron. He stops a few paces from the Emperor and studies him. You came from the sky, Novik says. You killed a baron and closed one of the wounds. You speak for humanity. He nods once. I am Novik, King of the Argenta and Shield of Argent D'Nur. On behalf of my people, I thank you. The Emperor inclines his head in acknowledgement. You fight with courage, he says, but your enemy outpaces you. Its numbers are extensive. Novik's mouth tightens. We hold, he says. We have held for years. The Night Sentinels of the Spear. The Father and the Maykrs guide us. The Father is silent, the Emperor replies, not unkindly. Your Maykrs barter with Hell's power. I have seen the chains in your sky. Novik stiffens. Urdak bristles beside him. You presume much for a stranger, the High Deg snaps. You know nothing of our covenants. I know what I taste in the air, the Emperor says. Argent energy, a hybrid, power drawn from hell, refined by your Maykrs, channeled into your weapons and engines. You make pacts with the parasite to fight its teeth. Elan glances at his king, confused. Argent energy is just power. The priests and Maykrs give it. It saved them, didn't it? Novik's jaw works once. We do what we must to survive, he says. We do not have the luxury of your... His eyes flick to the golden armor, the impossible sword. Resources. The Emperor's gaze sweeps the battered courtyard, the wounded, the smoking horizon. I did not come to lecture you, he says. I came because your war touches a greater one. Your hell strains against a boundary it should not know. If it breaks through into my realm, countless trillions will burn. He looks back at Novik. We must stabilize your front before that happens. Urdak's eyes narrow. How convenient, he murmurs. A savior falls from the sky, names our holy works corruption, and demands authority over our war. I demand nothing, the Emperor says. I will act. You may stand aside, oppose me, or fight alongside me. For a heartbeat, the courtyard holds its breath. Novik looks between them. His people watch from the walls and stairways, soldiers, peasants, priests. Demons rage outside the city. New rifts flicker on the horizon. The world is ending. He has always trusted the Father and the Maykrs. They gave him the power to fight. But he also saw the Baron die in a single stroke and the rift close like a snuffed candle. Lorak, he says slowly, the Father teaches that we must grasp any blade that turns against hell. Does he not? Lorak's jaw tightens. He does, the High Dig says. But he also warns of false gods and corrupted angels. This Emperor speaks as if he knows more of our faith than we do. That is a blasphemy in itself. Is survival blasphemy? Novik asks quietly. There is a long pause. Lorak bows stiffly. I will not stand against the king, he says. But I counsel caution. Let the stranger prove himself further before we bend the knee. The Emperor nods. Pragmatic, he says. Acceptable. Novik snorts. You speak as if you expected less. I have seen many kings, the Emperor replies. Few listen when faith and survival diverge. Elan exhales a breath. He did not realize he was holding an accord of sorts, a fragile line drawn between gold and crimson. It lasts all of 10 seconds. A horn sounds from the northern wall, shrill and panicked. Another follows. And another. Elan whirls. That's the High Citadel horn, he says. They only sound it if... A runner barrels into the courtyard, armor half fastened, eyes wild. Your Majesty, he gasps, dropping to one knee in front of Novik. The North Bastion. Hell has opened a gate inside the warded circle. The priest quarter is burning. He breaks off, coughing, and vomits blackened blood onto the stones. The Emperor's eyes flash. An internal calculus completes. The warp perturbation that allowed his entry is already being exploited by this universe's hell. The breach he speared through is thinning barriers in unpredictable ways. Where once hell needed centuries of ritual and slaughter to open a stable gate, now the fabric is hairline cracked across the world. This is the cost vector. The mechanism he used exacerbates the very invasion he came to stop. He should have foreseen it. He did. He came anyway. Show me, he says. Novik doesn't hesitate. Erlan, take his guard, the king orders. Lorak, your acolytes. If hell claws into the priest's quarter, the cathedrals fall, and with them half our wards. Lorak presses his lips together. My place is at the high altar, he says. But very well, I will go. The Father must see this. Anomaly for himself. They move. The Emperor walks at the center of a spearhead of Argenta sentinels. Elan at his right, Lorak at his left, Novik just behind. Guards clear streets ahead of them, shoving civilians against walls, driving carts aside. Bells toll. The sky darkens further, red veins widening. As they approach the priest's quarter, the air grows hotter. The quarter is a maze of narrow streets and tall stone-pillared buildings, each crowned with statues of angels and Maykrs. Now those statues crack and bleed molten rock. Gargoyles along the rooftops twist, faces elongating into demon snarls. Fire doesn't so much burn here as bend, following currents of invisible pressure. At the heart of the quarter stands the high cathedral, a spire that pierces the clouds, encrusted with stained glass and silver filigree. Its doors are 3 times the height of a man, carved with the story of the Father's first gift of power. They are melting. A gate hangs in the air above the cathedral steps, horizontal like an open mouth. Lava drips from its edges onto the stone, burning channels as it flows. Priests in crimson robes lie scattered around, some torn apart, others clutching at their chests as if their hearts had been ripped out through their ribs. From the gate, demons pour. These are not the lesser imps or brutes from the walls. These are something worse. Tall, robed figures with burning skulls instead of heads, eyes like coals in empty sockets. Their hands crackle with neon sigils as they chant in a language that is not spoken so much as carved into the air. Behind them float spheres of swirling energy, orbiting like indifferent planets. Urdak blanches. Hell priests, he whispers. But they should be bound to their rituals, anchored to their temples. How? The Emperor knows. The Hell priests have found a way to ride the weakened barriers, stepping through the cracks like water through a sieve. They are not just summoning from Hell. They are bringing Hell's command structure with them. One of the Hell priests turns toward the approaching Argenta and the golden figure at their head. Its empty eye sockets widen, fires flaring. It recognizes something in him, something that was never meant to exist in this universe. It screeches, sound spiraling into a psychic spear. The Emperor's avatar buckles for half a second as the scream claws along his mind. It is not a simple attack. It is a vector-coded query, a demonic metaphysical ping, asking the question, where does this soul belong? His existence here confuses the answer. For a moment, Hell's attention shifts. He feels it in the distant pressure, the way the red veins in the sky flex. So, the higher strata know he is here. Good. He steps forward, sword low. Argenta, he says, voice carrying without effort. Hold the line. Do not let their vanguard reach your wards. These hell priests are mine. Elan raises his spear. You heard him, he shouts. Shields up, form the wolf's jaw. The sentinels lock shields in a concave line, points angled outward. Novik takes his place in the center, sword drawn, armor already stained with demon blood. Urdak moves behind them, acolytes clustering around him, murmuring panicked prayers. The Emperor walks alone toward the base of the cathedral steps. The nearest hell priest hisses and flings up its arms. The orbiting energy spheres shoot forward, coalescing into a single beam of viridian fire that lances toward him, warping the air. The Emperor raises his hand. He does not block. He catches the beam. It slams into his palm, burning at the gauntlet, chewing at the psychic wards woven into the metal and the soul beneath. The force should vaporize a tank. It pushes him back a single step. He closes his fist. The beam implodes, dragged backward into a point, then fired back along its own path. The Hell Priest has just enough time to let out a choked screech before the redirected energy punches through his chest. It detonates in a spray of burning bone fragments. The other Hell Priests react. 2 begin chanting in tandem, weaving sigils in the air that twist around each other. The 3rd raises a staff capped with a skull, black fire coiling up its length. The Emperor considers the angles. His avatar's connection to his true self throbs. Each heavy use of force across universes adds stress to the bridge. At some point, it will snap. He will be cut off, stranded, or worse, the recoil will rip through the golden throne and damage the webway nexus he uses to hold his own empire together. He cannot afford to do everything himself. Urdak, he says without looking back, you claim the Father speaks through you. Tell your God to lend you strength. Now, Urdak bristles, about to retort. Then he sees the Hell Priests turning their spells toward the wards carved into the cathedral's foundation, sees the way their power eats the protective runes like acid, sees an entire city die in his mind's eye. He swallows his pride. He raises his staff and begins to chant. His voice booms, amplified by the cathedral stones, by the faith of the priests who died here, by the lingering resonance of countless prayers. The sigils around the base of the spire flare, reasserting themselves, forming a counter-pattern to the Hell Priest's assault. The Emperor nods once, satisfied. This is how it must be. Not a lone god-king saving all, but a fulcrum around which mortals exert themselves. He charges. His avatar blurs, gold streaking up the steps. The Hell Priests try to pivot their spells, but their metaphysical bandwidth is already tied up wrestling Urdak's counter-right. Their energy beams scatter, off by fractions, enough to score across his armor but not punch through. It still hurts. Hell energy is not the warp. It is focused cruelty, structured malevolence. It bites at him in ways his usual defenses don't fully expect. The impact sears his avatar's left pauldron, eating into the gold, exposing blackened ceramite beneath. For a heartbeat, he feels that heat mirrored in his true flesh back on Terra, a ghost pain across a body that has not moved in 10,000 years. He hits the first Hell Priest's shoulder first, sword punching through its rotten ribcage and out its back. He twists, using the corpse as a shield as the third priest bolt slams into it, turning the already dead body into ash. He lets go, steps through the ash cloud, and beheads the caster in one fluid motion. The last Hell Priest screams and tries to claw open a sudden exit back to Hell. The gate flickers, then snaps shut as the Emperor's will pushes back. He lunges, grabs the priest's skull in one armored hand and crushes. The priest's death is not simple. Something tries to ride its escaping soul back along the path, reaching for him, a tendril of the deeper pit. He lets it touch him. For an instant, he and Hell look at each other. He shows it what he is. The connection snaps like an overstressed cable. The rift above the cathedral shudders. The lava drip freezes in midair, then falls as cooling rock. The gate slams shut with a thunder that knocks mortals from their feet across half the quarter. Silence follows, broken only by crackling fires and distant battle noise. The Emperor straightens. His shoulder armor smokes, molten gold dripping, but his stance is steady. He looks back at the Argenta. Elan stares at the dead Hell Priests, the sealed gate, the still-standing cathedral. Around him, sentinels begin to cheer. Even Urdak looks shaken. The Father's wards held, the High Dake says numbly. But without you, we would have been overrun before the rite could complete. The Father's wards, the Emperor says, are a foundation, but they were forged in alliance with entities that now betray you. Your Maykrs have linked your fate to Hell's power. That link is a knife at your throat. Novik climbs the cathedral steps, sword tip dragging through demon ash. What would you have us do? He asks. We cannot unmake the Argent engines. They power our citadels, our weapons, our shields. Without them, we are bare stone against an ocean of fire. Then you must learn a different way, the Emperor says. One that does not feed your enemy every time you draw breath. Uradak's eyes flash. You speak as if there is another choice, he says. For centuries, we begged the heavens for aid. None came until the Maykrs showed us how to bind Hell's power. Now, you fall from the sky and suggest we cast that aside because you disapprove. I do not disapprove, the Emperor says evenly. I have fought an endless war against entities like your Hell. I have seen what happens when mankind leans on their gifts. I am not asking you to trust me because I am offended. I'm telling you that if you continue on this path, your world will fall, and you will drag others down with you. The courtyard tension returns, sharper now. Novik looks between them, caught between gratitude and loyalty, between survival and doctrine. You come with much knowledge, he says slowly. We cannot deny what we have seen with our own eyes. He glances at the sealed gate, the fallen priests. But we also cannot simply abandon what has kept us alive. We must think, plan. Then plan quickly, the Emperor replies. Because hell is adapting. My arrival has accelerated their strategies. They are already testing new gate vectors, as you have seen. The longer we debate, the more they learn. He looks up. The red veins in the sky pulse, thickening. Somewhere out in those clouds, something vast moves. The Emperor feels its attention brush him like a cold, oily wind. He recognizes the shape of higher command. A greater Hell Lord, perhaps not a god in the sense he uses the term, but a strategic intelligence at least. It is curious, annoyed. A human god-king invading its playground is an affront. Good. Your world is now a pivot, the Emperor says quietly. For you, for hell, for more than you know. We must gather your commanders and your priests. You will tell me everything about your war. I will tell you what I can about mine. And together we will decide how this fight is waged. Novik nods once. You will have your war council, he says. Tonight, in the Hall of Kings. Lorak's nostrils flare. I will attend, he says, as the Father's voice, and I will judge if your council serves his will, stranger Emperor. The Emperor accepts this. He cannot demand faith. He can only demonstrate utility. As they turn to leave the ruined quarter, a child stumbles from behind a toppled statue, soot-smeared, clutching a broken icon of the Father. She looks up at the golden giant walking past and hesitates. He stops. He kneels, bringing his burning gaze level with hers. What is your name? He asks. Lyra, she whispers. Lyra. He touches 2 fingers to her brow, so gently she barely feels it. Warmth spreads from the contact, easing the burns on her arms, steadying her shaking limbs. You lived where others fell. You will carry their names. Remember that you stood against hell today. Her eyes widen. Tears cut clean tracks through the soot on her face. Yes, my lord, she says. He stands and walks on. Behind him, Lyra clutches her broken icon tighter. It is still the Father's face on the fragment. But now in her mind, that face is crowned not only in a halo, but in a golden helm. The Emperor feels the shift at the edge of his awareness. Faith here is malleable, focused. It could be turned, weaponized. He files that away, for later. Right now, he has a council to attend, and hell is learning his name. Night falls on Terra with hell at the walls and a golden stranger in its heart. The city breathes shallowly, waiting to learn if the shape of its doom has changed or merely sharpened. The Hall of Kings is an old wound in stone. It is carved directly into the spine of the mountain that anchors Terra. It's a vaulted ceiling supported by pillars shaped as kneeling warriors. Wolf skull banners hang between them. Fires burn in iron braziers along the walls, their smoke pulled upward by cunning vents. In the center of the hall lies a long stone table etched with a map of Argent D'Nur, its mountains, fortress cities, and the red-stained regions now held by hell. Tonight, that table is crowded. King Novik sits at the head, armor still scuffed from the day's fighting. To his right, High Dig Lorak, crimson-robed and severe. To his left, Knight Captain Elan and other sentinel officers. Around them, lesser nobles, priest-scribes, and the steel-eyed masters of the Argent Foundries. Opposite Novik stands the Emperor. He does not sit. His sheer presence eats space at the far end of the hall, golden armor gleaming in the firelight, cloak pooling behind him like a second shadow. His sword rests tipped down against the stone, both hands folded over the pommel, as if it were a standard planted in the heart of their war. He surveys the map. Red spans more territory than unmarked stone. Whole provinces are simply scorched out. The etchings melted where hell rifts opened over them. This is the state of Argent D'Nur, Novik says. The outer keeps have fallen. The plains between here and the Black Tors are lost. We hold the mountain cities and the high passes. The night sentinel fortresses still stand, but they are besieged. He taps 3 points with a gloved finger. Exultia, the Ironfast, Kerlen. They are our spears. If any fall, Hell's armies have a clear line to Taras Nur. Elan leans over the table, frowning. We barely held the city today, he says. If we pull forces to relieve the fortresses, the walls thin. If we sit behind these stones, the fortresses fall, and we lose our outer ring. Then we do not choose, Urdak says sharply. We hold both. The Father's will is endurance. We do not abandon those who stand in his name. The Father's will, Elan mutters, does not conjure men from stone. Enough, Novik says, quiet but firm. We will not bicker like squires. We are here to listen, to learn what new blade has fallen into our hands. He looks at the Emperor. You said our war touches another, the king says, that our enemy's claws reach further than this world. Speak plainly. What are we facing? Beyond hell and demons and the priest's fire sermons. The Emperor lifts his gaze from the map. There are many names, he says. In my realm, we call such things the ruinous powers, warp spawn, entities of the Imperium. Your hell is a cousin to them, born of thought, of pain, of the psychic echo of mortal minds. It is not a place in the way a mountain is a place. It is a storm of meaning given hunger. Some of the nobles shift uneasily. You say it is. Made from us? One asks. From men. From minds, the Emperor answers. From emotions. Fear, rage, despair, ecstasy. Enough of those, focused and sustained, carve channels in the fabric of reality. Those channels deepen. They become rivers. Rivers carve realms. Urdak's lip curls. You speak like a scholar of the Maykrs, he says. They speak of energies and structures, of dimensions and substrates. The people do not need to know that hell is a storm of meaning. They need to know that demons will devour their children. They need to know why demons exist at all, the Emperor says. Or they will repeat the mistakes that birthed them. Novik steeples his fingers. In your empire, he says carefully, you have fought such realms. You have held them back. Yes. How? The Emperor lets the question hang in the smoky air. It is not an easy answer. It is not a comforting one. But he did not come here to comfort. By uniting humanity under a single purpose, he says. By burning false gods and sealing witchcraft. By building an Imperium of 1,000,000 worlds, all pointed like a spear at the throat of chaos. By sacrificing more lives than live on your entire planet. The hall goes very still. Elan swallows. How many, he asks hoarsely, live in your empire? Countless billions on each of 1,000,000 worlds, the Emperor says. The scale is different. The enemy is the same. A noble near the back. Lord Garin, Elan remembers. A loud man whose fortunes are tied to the silver mines shakes his head. You speak of burning gods and forbidding witchcraft, Garen says. Here, the Father's blessing flows through the Maykrs. Their gifts power our engines. Their rights hold the gates. Without them, we would have fallen the day hell first touched the sky. And with them, the Emperor replies, you have bound your fate to hell's power. You feed the storm every time you draw upon its lightning. That is your mistake. Lorak's knuckles whiten on his staff. You call the Maykrs a mistake, he says, voice very soft. Be careful, stranger. They hear every breath in these halls. Do they? The Emperor asks. Then let them hear this. Parasitic bargains are never stable. The longer they feed on hell's depths to empower you, the more hell's poison seeps into their own realm, into yours. One of the Foundry masters clears his throat. He is a thick-shouldered man with burns up both arms, wearing a metal apron over his robes. His beard is singed in places. The tokens of a master artificer hang from his neck. With respect, Lord Emperor, he says, our Argent engines saved us. When hell first breached the valley of Exaltia, we fought with steel and faith alone. We died in droves. The Maykrs gave us Argent. We built cannons that burned demons to ash by the hundreds. We carved power lines that kept our cities lit when the sun itself hid behind smoke. Without that, Exaltia would be a charnel pit. And now, the Emperor asks quietly, Exaltia still stands. The Master's eyes flicker. It stands, he says, behind higher walls, with fewer fields. Novik exhales. We cannot deny the price, he says. Every year the rifts widen. Every battle is harder. The priests say hell grows angry at our theft. The Maykrs say we must push harder, strike deeper, take more power to keep our advantage. They are caught, the Emperor says. Like a man in a sinking ship, scooping water with his hands. The more they bail, the more water pours in, because the hull is pierced below. He taps two fingers against the map, at a point marked with an intricate sigil. The primary Argent Foundry, where the Maykrs conduit touches the world. This is your hull breach, he says. Your Argent Foundry, your great covenant with Urdak. So long as it draws power from hell, hell will have a lever in your world. The enemy will push harder and harder. Then we abandon it, Garen snorts. We blow up the only light we have left and fight in the dark. The Emperor looks up. No, he says, we invert it. The hall murmurs. Invert? Elon asks. Your engines are built to pull energy from hell, the Emperor explains. They are aligned to its frequency, if you like. I can feel it in the stones. If we realign that conduit, shift its resonant pattern, we may use it as a shield instead, a dam rather than a drain. Lorak bristles. You speak as if you can stride into the heart of the Covenant and rewrite the Father's laws, he says, as if the Maykrs will simply allow you to alter what they gave us. The Maykrs are not gods, the Emperor says. They are an advanced, arrogant species that discovered a way to leech power from a hellish substrate. In my experience, such beings bend or break when threatened. If they resist, they are enemies like any other. Murmurs grow louder, anger and fear mingling. You dare, Lorak hisses, to threaten Urdak from my king's table. I dare to state reality, the Emperor says. Novik slams a fist down on the stone. Enough, he growls. Both of you. This hall is for war, not for priestly posturing or cosmic boasting. He looks at the Emperor, then at Lorak. You each speak part of the truth, Novik says. Lorak, the Maykrs did save us. They gave us Argent, and with it, We held where steel failed. But Emperor, you have shown us that their gift has teeth we did not see. You closed a gate with a thought. You slew hell priests whose power would have melted a fortress. I cannot ignore either side. He straightens. We will not abandon the Maykrs, he says. Lorak relaxes a hair. Not yet. We owe them too much. But we also cannot ignore that hell has changed since the Emperor arrived. Gates opening within wards, priests stepping through barriers that held for decades. We must adapt or die. He points at the Emperor. You propose to invert the Foundry, Novik says. To turn our greatest engine against hell rather than drawing from it. Can it be done? The Emperor studies the map. He feels the distant pull of the Argent conduit, the way it threads through reality like a molten needle. He imagines grabbing that thread and twisting. It will be difficult, he says. You built the conduit with Maykr guidance. Their architecture is elaborate, but the principles are sound. Hell is just another expression of a psychic medium. It can be pushed as well as pulled. Lorak's eyes narrow. And the cost, he asks. You speak of principles as if they were lines on a slate. How many lives? How much blood? What happens if we fail? If we do nothing, you die slowly, the Emperor says. If we act, you may die quickly, or you may live. That is the difference. He lets that settle. This is his ethic, laid bare. Survival at any necessary cost, but never deluded. They must understand it if they are to follow him, or stand against him, eyes open. Elan strokes his beard, thinking. If we strike at the Foundry, he says, hell will not sit idle. They will throw everything at us. The plains around it are already a wasteland. We'd need a hammer blow, a spear of night sentinels perhaps, with the Emperor at their tip. Novik nods slowly. A first victory, the king says. A real one. Not merely holding a wall, but taking ground. Show our people that Hellspawn can be driven back from our sacred engines. You would risk the Foundry, Lorak says aghast. If the Maykrs withdraw their favor, then we stand on our own feet for once, Novik snaps. I am tired of living at the end of Urdak's chain. Silence follows. The admission hangs heavy. It is the first time Novik has voiced that doubt aloud in this hall. The Emperor notes it. Your king speaks wisely, he says. Dependence is vulnerability. I will not command you. But if you wish, I will go to your Foundry. I will attempt this inversion. I will do all in my power to hold back Hell's response. That is my mandate wherever humanity stands. Lorak looks between Novik and the Emperor, jaw tight. You would set aside the father's plan for strangers, he says to the king. You would risk his covenant. Novik meets his gaze. I would risk anything to keep our children from being devoured, he says. If the father objects, he can send thunderbolts. Lorak pales. Elan suppresses a grim smile. The High Deg seems about to lash out, then reins himself in. He bows stiffly. Very well, he says. If we are to attempt this madness, the church will not stand aside. The Foundry is a holy place. Only with our rights and our keys can its core be accessed. He turns to the Emperor. You will not touch the covenant without me, he says. If you mean to invert our engine, you will do it under the Father's gaze. Agreed, the Emperor says. Novik exhales. Then it is settled, he says. We ride at dawn. He looks around the hall, taking in the faces of his commanders, his priest, the Golden Stranger. Tonight we plan, he says. Tomorrow we bleed. Dawn on Argent D'Nur is a thin thing now. The sun rises pale through a haze of smoke and hell light. Red veins still crisscross the sky, pulsing faintly. but their glow is weaker here in the mountains. The air tastes of cold stone and ash. In the outer courtyard, the Argenta assemble. Night Sentinel knights mount their war horses, armor polished as much as time allows, argent runes glowing along their pauldrons. Standard bearers unfurl banners marked with wolf skulls and burning suns. Engineers hitch demon-scarred wagons to teams of dray beasts laden with ammunition and portable argent nodes. Priests move among them, daubing holy oil on foreheads and weapon muzzles, murmuring blessings that smell of incense and ozone. The Emperor stands near the gate, watching. He has not slept. He does not need to. His true body on Terra never sleeps. His avatar here draws from that endless vigilance. He has spent the night extending his senses, probing the warp thread he used to anchor himself. It groans under stress. Each time he exerted power yesterday, he felt it tighten. The bridge between universes is like a cable stretched over a chasm, fraying with each strain. He calculates. If he pushes as hard at the Foundry as he did at the Hellgate above the cathedral, the bridge will weaken further. His reach back to his Imperium will blur. He may lose fine control. But if he holds back too much, Hell will overwhelm the Argenta before he can invert the conduit. Cost, risk, return. He has always thought in such terms. Lord Emperor, a voice is behind him. He turns. Elan approaches, helm under his arm. The knight captain looks tired but sharper than he did the day before. Battlefield commanders often wear their fatigue like a cloak. Once a decision is made, doubt drains away, leaving only grim focus. Our best ride with you, Elan says. 3 companies of Night Sentinels, plus my vanguard. The Iron Guard holds the city in our absence. And your king, the Emperor asks. Novik rides at the center of the column, Elan says. He would not let this battle be fought without him. A faint smile flits across his face. He says, a king who hides behind walls while others bleed for his choices is no king. He is not wrong, the Emperor says. Elan hesitates. I wanted. He trails off, searching for words that do not sound childish. I wanted to ask you a question before we ride. Ask. Elan looks up at the red-veined sky. Yesterday, when you kneeled to that child, he says, I saw her burns ease. I saw her stand straighter. You touched her and she changed. If you can heal like that, if you can slay hell priests with a gesture, if you command an empire of 1,000,000 worlds, why are you here, riding with us to a single engine on a single world? The Emperor regards him. Because if I am not, he says, this world becomes a leak in the hull of my empire. Your hell will find its way into my realm. It will corrupt 1,000,000 worlds. The cost will dwarf what you have seen here. Elan nods slowly. I thought as much, he says. We are a threat, not just victims. You are both, the Emperor says. Victims of your leader's choices. Threats because of what those choices allow. But you are also an asset. Your courage, your martial culture, your willingness to stand when others would kneel. These are admirable, useful. He pauses. And I am here, he adds, because there is still a man in me who remembers why he began this war. It was not for maps and numbers. It was for faces like the child's, for worlds like this standing on the brink, begging for a hand. Elan looks at him differently then, not just as a god or weapon, but as something terribly, painfully human beneath the armor. I will not fail you, Lord Emperor, he says quietly. Do not worry about failing me, the Emperor replies. Worry about failing your people. I am accustomed to loss. Trumpets sound. The gates grind open. The host rides out. The plains between Terra and the Argent Foundry were once green. Now they are a scar. The ground is blackened, split by jagged fissures that exhale bitter smoke. Rivers have turned to sluggish streams of ash-choked water. Dead trees stand like burned-out spears. In the distance, the foundry rises from the wreckage, a titanic structure of stone and metal, spires and buttresses welded to enormous conduits that plunge deep into the earth and up into the sky. Above it, the air distorts. An argent beam erupts from the foundry's crown, a column of pale energy that punches into the clouds. Around it, hell rifts swarm like carrion birds, drawn to the conduit's glow. Demons cluster on the ground in their thousands, imps, barons, cybernetic monstrosities grafted to metal, floating horrors with cannons for arms. The Argenta column halts at the edge of the old road. Novik rides to the front, lifting his sword. "We stand at the Father's fire," he calls, "at the heart of our covenant. This is where we turn from prey to predator. This is where we broke Hell's teeth. Today, we take it back from their jaws. Today, we remind the enemy that Argent D'Nur is not a carcass. It is a wolf." Cheers answer him, ragged but fierce. Lorak rides forward, staff raised. "Sentinels," he cries. "The Father watches. The Maykrs see your every stroke. Fight with honor. Die with purpose. Let your blood be a tithe that buys the future." A chorus of "For the Father" rises. The Emperor says nothing. He stands in his stirrups, looking at the foundry, at the demons, at the distortions in the sky. He feels the way the Argent conduit warps local space-time, the way Hell's rifts latch onto it like leeches. His plan is simple. Simple does not mean easy. "Elan," he says. "We must punch a corridor to the inner sanctum. I need to reach the core of that conduit. The longer we take, the more demons will converge." Elan's eyes flick to the massed horde. "A corridor through that," he mutters. "We are a spear thrown at the sun." "Then aim true," the Emperor says. He draws his sword. The blade ignites, sunfire running along engraved symbols. Its light casts long shadows, making demons flinch even at this distance. "Advance," the Emperor says. The Argenta host begins to move. They ride in wedge formation, night sentinels at the point, lances leveled, shields locked. War drums beat from the rear wagons. Engineers crank Argent node arrays, charging them to discharge bursts of searing energy along the flanks. Demons surge to meet them. The first wave is imp swarms, leaping from rocks and fissures, fireballs arcing. "Shields!" Elan roars. The front rank raises shields. Fire slams into them, Argent runes flaring. Heat washes over the riders. The Emperor walks on foot beside the wedge point, cloak streaming, unconcerned by the flames. He lifts his free hand. He does not hurl lightning or conjure storms. He reaches into the minds of the nearest imps and squeezes. They drop mid-leap, limbs jerking, fire guttering. Others behind them trip over the collapsing bodies. The press of demons falters just long enough. "Charge," Elan bellows. The wedge crashes into the horde. Lances punch through demon flesh. Horses trample bodies into black paste. Sentinel blades rise and fall, carving through imps, soldiers shouting, blood spraying. Argent cannons on the wagons discharging controlled bursts. Beams of white-blue energy scything through clusters of larger demons. The Emperor stays just ahead of the wedge, a walking shock point. A Hell Knight, tall, muscular, with armor fused to its skin. Barrels toward the front line, cannon arm spinning up. Before it can fire, The Emperor steps into its path and simply cuts it in half, sword burning through flesh and metal alike. Another demon, some hybrid of machine and monster with a rotating turret of barrels for arms, tries to flank. He reaches out, seizes the warp thread of its Argent core, the same hybrid energy that powers the Argenta's weapons, and twists. The demon's cannons explode inward. Its own power boils it from within. Not bad for a false god, Elan mutters, half in awe, half in grim humor, as he skewers an imp. The closer they get to the foundry, the thicker the resistance. Barons of hell appear, roaring, horns scraping the underside of invisible ceilings as they charge. Argent turrets mounted along the foundry's outer walls swivel to track the Argenta instead of the demons. Hell has infested their facilities, rerouting their own weapons. "Those guns will chew us apart," Elan shouts, pointing. "I see them," the Emperor says. He feels them. The Argent turrets are keyed to the same energy pattern as the main conduit. He can sense the rhythm of their firing cycles, the way energy spools in their capacitors before discharge. He reaches. It is like grabbing live wire. Pain spikes along his avatar's arm, up into his chest, and across the bridge to his throne-bound body. The turrets resist. They are built to channel Hell's power outwards, not accept control from a foreign will. Their safety patterns, not for lives, but for stability, are Maykrs signed. He pushes past them. For a few heartbeats, he rides the Argent currents. He twists. Suddenly, the turrets stop tracking the Argenta. They pivot as one, whirring, and begin to fire into the demon ranks instead. Beams of pale death rake across imps and knights and barons alike, carving red-hot channels through the horde. Demons roar in confusion and pain. Some try to assault the walls to shut the guns down, only to be blasted apart. Elan laughs, half mad with relief. "You turn their fangs inward," he shouts. "By the Father's bones, you turn their own engines against them." The Emperor grits his teeth. The effort costs him. His avatar's gauntlet smokes, energy burns searing the metal. His connection to Terra flickers for a fraction of a second, as if a storm swept across the warp bridge. He releases the turrets, letting their last firing cycle run out. "Move," he snaps. "We have a window." The wedge surges forward through the temporary gap, leaving a trail of dead demons and trampled ichor. The foundry looms larger, its outer gates a gaping maw, framed by twisted statues of Maykr designs, angelic shapes with too many eyes, their wings lined with circuitry. The gates are open. Hell poured out of them in the night, confident in its occupation. Now the Argenta pour in. Inside, the foundry is a cathedral of industry. Towering furnaces belch blue-white flame. Massive pistons pump Argent energy through thick cables. Walkways crisscross overhead, crowded with demonic parasites gnawing on wires and possessed machines dragging chains of screaming souls. The air hums with power. Urdak, riding just behind the Emperor now, feels his staff vibrate. "This is holy ground," he breathes. "The heart of the Covenant. We stand where the Maykrs touched our world." "Then we stand where you first learned to drink poison," the Emperor says. He strides forward, sword held low. Hell has fortified the entrances, but the surprise and the turret betrayal work to the Argenta's advantage. The first internal defenses are in chaos. Imps panic as the knights crash in, their precise formation devolving into brutal melee in tight corridors. "Form wedges," Elan shouts. "Use the forges for cover. Don't let them surround you." The Emperor doesn't wait. He senses the conduit's core deeper within, a pulse like a heartbeat. Hell rifts cluster around it like flies on open wounds. If he wants to invert the engine, he must reach that core. He cuts through demons, through possessed machines, through clouds of burning ash. The foundry shudders underfoot as Argent flows shift, responding to the battle like a living thing. They fight their way upward and inward, along a spiral of ramps and catwalks. At one landing, a cluster of possessed Argenta constructs, statues animated by hell energy, lurch forward, stone fists cracking metal grates. The Emperor steps into their midst and unleashes a wave of raw force. The statues explode outward, stone shards ricocheting off sentinel shields. On another, a hellified Argent engineer, a half-melted thing plugged into a control console, tries to reroute a furnace's output into an overloaded discharge. The Emperor simply slams his hand onto the console, overriding its commands with his will, then decapitates the creature with a contemptuous flick of his blade. Urdak watches, torn between horror and fascination. This is the power the Maykrs wield, he thinks uneasily. The ability to reach into holy machines and make them dance. And this foreign emperor does it as if he were born for it. At last, they reach the core. It is a vast chamber, spherical, the walls lined with argent conduits. In the center hangs the core itself, a glowing, rotating cage of energy, like a star trapped in a mechanical spider. Cables the size of trees feed into it. Above and below, hell rifts cling like tumors, drinking from the radiation. The air here is so charged, it makes hair stand on end. The Emperor feels it like a pressure on his bones. This is it, he says. Urdak steps forward, staff trembling. He begins to chant, activating the sanctified controls. The core's outer layer shifts, segments rotating, exposing the inner cage. Patterns of light ripple across it. Mica sigils, hell glyphs, Argenta runes, a symbolic language of energy. The Emperor studies it. It is elegant in its way. A system designed to skim power from hell's depths while minimizing backflow. Little wonder the Maykrs were so proud. Little wonder they missed or ignored the subtle feedback loops that let hell seep through. What do you need? Urdak asks, tightly. What must we do? Hold the pattern stable, the Emperor says. If it collapses while I'm inside it, this chamber becomes a sun. Urdak goes a shade paler. You intend to go inside? He asks. In a sense, the Emperor says. He steps toward the core. Argenta knights shift nervously, hands tightening on weapons. The core is sacrosanct. No mortal touches it. Even the priests only approach through remote rites. Your Majesty, Elan murmurs to Novik. Is this wise? Novik doesn't answer. He watches the Emperor. The golden warrior raises his free hand toward the shimmer of the core's cage. Energy creeps out toward his fingertips, licking at his gauntlet like curious fire. His avatar's flesh protests. Hell's flavor within the Argent mix bites. The Maykr patterns repel foreign interference. The Argenta runes reinforce, layering another set of constraints. It is like pushing his hand into a web of razor wire made of light. He does it anyway. The moment his palm contacts the cage, his consciousness slides. He does not fall physically into the core. His avatar remains standing, hand pressed to the cage, body rigid. But his mind, his will, his psychic presence flows along the Argent threads, diving into the engine's architecture. He descends into a storm of symbols. The core is a structure made of logic, Maykr logic, hell logic, Argenta ritual. He sees it as a three-dimensional glyph, a spinning polyhedron of meaning. Hell's glyphs hum in one pitch, Maykrs sigils in another, Argent runic prayers in a third. Together, they form a chord that resonates with the pit. He must change that chord. He must retune a god machine in a language not his own, in a universe whose constants fight him, while his anchor to his home reality screams under the strain. Perfect, he begins. He pushes his own will into the chord, introducing new notes, wards forged in the psychic storms of the Imperium, protective patterns that have held back chaos for 10,000 years. He wraps them around the hell glyphs, constrains them, forces them to flow through different channels. The hell energy fights back. It is not inert, it is hungry. It feels him, recognizes a greater predator. It lashes at his presence, trying to bite, to infect, to latch on and use him as a conduit back to his own realm. He cannot let that happen. Outside, his avatar shudders. Sparks dance around his hand on the cage. Gold armor blackens in places. The chamber fills with the scent of ozone and burning metal. "Lord Emperor," Elan shouts, "your armor." "Hold," the Emperor grates through clenched teeth. "Do not touch me." Inside the core, hell redoubles its assault. It pushes more energy through the conduit, trying to overload his modifications. Maykrs fail-safes trip, straining to maintain equilibrium. Argent prayers flare, their simple faith like small lamps in a gale. He uses that. He takes the Argenta's prayer patterns, the echo of their faith, and integrates them into his new chord. Where hell's energy tries to surge, their belief becomes a baffle. Where Maykrs logic tries to snap back to the old configuration, he hooks his own wards into it, turning their rigidity against hell instead of in its favor. Slowly, the pattern shifts. The conduit begins to change polarity. Where once it sucked energy from hell's depths, it now begins to push. In the sky above the foundry, the argent beam flickers. For a heartbeat, demons across the battlefield pause, looking up. The beam brightens, then sends a shockwave back down its own path, into hell. Rifts attached to it convulse. Those clinging closest implode, collapsing inward like crushed lungs. Demons mid-transition are sliced apart, half in one realm, half in another. The scream that follows is not physical. It is a psychic shriek that echoes across both dimensions. Argent knights stagger as it passes through them, eyes watering, ears bleeding. The Emperor holds. He is so deep in the pattern now that he barely senses his avatar's body. He is the core. He is the chord. He keeps the new configuration stable by sheer force of will, bending a foreign universe's rules to accept his terms. Something watches him. Deep in hell's end of the conduit, beyond the collapsing rifts, something vast turns its gaze toward the intrusion. He feels it like an eye opening in the dark, cold, calculating, aware. It is not the simple, bestial malice of lesser demons. It is a directed intellect. It studies the new pattern, tracing it back along the argent threads, back to the point of inversion, back to his will. It recognizes an intrusion not native to this reality. It begins to respond. A counter pattern rides up the conduit, a subtle, insidious interference, not brute force. It threads itself into the chord he is rewriting, not to break it, but to poison it. It carries a metaphysical toxin key to identity, to selfhood. He understands the attack in the instant it touches him. Hell, guided by some greater strategist, has crafted a conceptual weapon. Not just pain, not just corruption. A virus of meaning. If it takes hold, it will not simply damage his avatar. It will infect the idea of him, burrowing along the bridge back to his true self, whispering, "You are small, you are finite, you are prey." It will seed doubt in places he cannot afford it. It will erode the certainty that underpins his ability to cow gods. He cannot allow that either. He meets it. There, in the invisible space where patterns collide, the Emperor wrestles a poison made of thought. He wraps his will around it, trying to isolate it, to quarantine it in this universe. It writhes, trying to slip along his soul's edges, looking for purchase. It shows him visions, fleeting, almost subliminal, of Terra fallen, of his sons kneeling to chaos, of his Imperium shattered. They are not new fears. They are the shape of nightmares he has fought for 10,000 years. Seeing them here, weaponized by an alien hell, is irritating. He clamps down harder. Outside, Elan sees the Emperor's body jerk. Smoke pours from the seams of his armor. The gold dims to dull brass, cracks of light spiderweb across his breastplate, as if something inside is trying to claw its way out. "Lorak," Elan shouts, "do something." "I am maintaining the sanctity of the core," Lorak snaps, sweat beading on his forehead from his own chanting. "If we break the rite now, the core collapses, the foundry explodes. Then we all die," Elan says. "And if we interrupt him," Lorak replies, "we all die faster." Novik grips his sword so tightly his knuckles go white. He has made his choice. He will see it through. "Hold," the king says, echoing the Emperor's word. "Trust the path we set." Inside the core, the Emperor realizes brute force will not suffice. The toxin is too subtle, too tailored. It was built after he arrived, using data culled from every contact Hell has had with his presence. It is already key to his resonance. Crushing it would risk shattering parts of himself that he cannot easily repair from this far away. He must redirect it. He loosens his grip slightly, enough to let the toxin slide. It flows along a path he prepares, into the Argent circuitry, into the Maykr logic, into the parts of the conduit still aligned with Hell. There it meets its own source patterns, confuses them, feeds back. Hell's eye narrows. For a moment, the toxic meme bites its own tail. He seizes that instant. He finishes the inversion. The cord locks into place. The Argent conduit's purpose changes. Where once it was a siphon from Hell, now it becomes a pressure wedge, pushing Hell's presence back at every point it touches this universe, at least within a certain radius. He tears his consciousness free of the core. His avatar collapses to one knee, hand dropping from the cage, steam rising from his gauntlet. The core hums with a new note. Lorak staggers, cutting off his chant with a strangled gasp. The patterns he was maintaining shift, no longer aligned with the rites he knows. For a terrifying heartbeat, he thinks the core will explode. It does not. Instead, the chamber's hell rifts flicker and die, squeezed shut by invisible force. Demons nearby scream as their link to their realm is abruptly severed. Some implode, others simply fall, their animating energy gone, bodies collapsing like puppets with cut strings. Outside, across the plains, every hell gate directly fed by the Foundry's conduits ripples and shrinks. Some vanish entirely, others grow thin and weak, their output halved. The battlefield pauses. Then a roar rises from Argenta throats. They feel it. For the first time since the war began, the pressure of Hell's presence recedes. They are still surrounded by demons. The sky is still veined with the red, but the oppressive weight, The sense that hell presses down from every direction lessens. They can breathe. Elan stares at the core, then at the Emperor. "You did it," he whispers. "By the Father, you did it. You changed the covenant." The Emperor slowly rises to his feet. His armor is scorched. Cracks of light show along his chest, as if the flesh beneath is some brighter substance. His cloak is tattered at the edges. His sword is still bright, but its light flickers faintly. He ignores his damage. He studies the core, feeling its new function. "It is not a shield for the entire world," he says. "Not yet, but within the radius of these conduits, Hell's breach is weakened. Their ability to force gates through your old wards is reduced." Urdak looks as if he has swallowed poison. "The Father's design," he breathes. "Altered, twisted, refined," the Emperor says. "You built a blade that cut both ways. I've ground one edge dull and honed the other." Urdak looks up at him, eyes burning. "You tamper with forces beyond your comprehension," he says, voice trembling. The Emperor regards him. "I have comprehended worse," he says. "But you are correct in one respect. This is dangerous. There is a mind on the far side of this conduit that does not enjoy being pushed. It has noticed me." Novik frowns. "A mind?" he asks. "What kind?" "Something akin to your Maykrs," the Emperor says. "Not a god in truth, but a higher order entity, a lord of this hell. It has crafted a weapon against me." "A weapon?" Elan asks. The Emperor touches his breastplate where the cracks glow. "Conceptual," he says. "A poison of meaning. A mimetic hex tuned to my identity. It will not kill me outright, but it can wound me in ways that make my power less. Absolute." Urdak seizes on that. "You can be hurt," he says. "Everything that exists can be hurt," the Emperor replies. "The question is how much it costs the one doing the hurting." He looks again at the core. "The entity on the far side, whoever designed that toxin, paid attention," he says. "It studied me, adapted. It will not remain passive now that I have altered its toys." As if on cue, a tremor runs through the foundry. Argent conduits vibrate. The core's glow flickers, not destabilizing, but reacting to a new pressure. Elan glances around. "What now?" he asks. "What else can hell throw at us?" The Emperor extends his senses outward, along the newly inverted conduit, into the weakened rifts. He feels an answering push. Hell is not used to being repelled. It does not retreat easily, but it does redirect. The pressure shifts away from the foundry, looking for a path of lesser resistance. It finds one. Far away, over Exaltia's walls, a new kind of storm begins to form. By the time the Argenta have secured the foundry's control levels and purged the remaining demons, messengers arrive. They are bloody, half exhausted, their horses lathered. They burst into the core chamber, falling to their knees before Novik. "Your Majesty," one gasps. Exaltia calls. "The sky." He gulps air. The sky has gone black above the city. A new gate opens, not like the others. The priests, they say it drinks light. The Emperor's eyes narrow. Of course, he pushed hell here. Hell moves there. "How far is Exaltia?" he asks. "Day's hard ride," Elan says. "Less if we abandon the wagons and push the horses. But we have just fought a battle. Our men are exhausted," Novik finishes. He looks at the Emperor. "Even with the foundry inverted, as you say, Exaltia is the first bastion against hell. If it falls, the road to Terra's D'Nur shortens. And the entity I provoked is unlikely to send a simple wave of beasts," the Emperor says. It tested conceptual weapons against me. It will deploy something designed to counter both your Argent and my presence. A smarter foe, Ellen mutters. Novik's jaw tightens. We ride, he says. We must. If we let Exultia stand alone while we catch our breath, we may find only ruins when we arrive. Your men are not machines, Urdak says. They will break. Bodies fail. A king must know when to rest his swords. A king must know when rest is a slower death, Novik replies. He looks at the Emperor. You said this entity could hurt you, he says. Truly, conceptually. He struggles with the word. If we ride to Exultia, we ride into a trap set for you as much as for us. Yes, the Emperor says. And still you will go. Yeah. Novik nods, as if he expected no other answer. Then we ride, he says. They do not return to Terra. Instead, they leave a garrison at the Foundry, engineers and priests to monitor the inverted core, backed by a company of sentinels, and turn their exhausted column toward Exultia. The ride is brutal. Men fall asleep in their saddles. Horses stumble. Armor chafes raw skin. They gallop over ground still hot in places, through ash dunes and demon-burned forests. The only respite is when they pass through regions now under the Foundry's newly extended aura. There the skies seem marginally clearer, the red veins thinner. The Emperor pushes them, but not to the breaking point. He knows the limits of mortal endurance. He spent his early life marching with armies before he wore a crown. He calibrates their pace, mixing hard pushes with moments of slower movement that feel like mercy. Night falls. They ride through it. At last, as another weak dawn smears the horizon, Exultia's walls rise ahead. Once the city was a jewel, built on a series of plateaus, connected by bridges and aqueducts, its towers piercing the sky, its lower levels ringed with farms and training fields. Now those fields are scorched. The lower walls bear the scars of countless assaults. Banners hang tattered. Argent cannons jut from embrasures like broken teeth. But it still stands, for the moment. Above it, the sky is wrong. It is not just veined with hell red. It is absent. A circle of pure black hangs over the city, wider than the walls, a void that drinks light. Around its edges, hell rifts flicker like sparks around a black sun. The Emperor recognizes it instantly. Not the exact phenomenon, but the principle. A null zone. Hell has learned fast. Instead of pouring more raw energy into this breach, it has crafted an anti-field, a region where psychic and Argent activity are suppressed. Within that circle, his powers will be dampened. The inverted conduit's pressure will falter. The entity's conceptual toxin may flow more freely. By the Father, Elan whispers. What is that? A clever answer, the Emperor says quietly. Hell has built a void to deny our weapons, both yours and mine. Urdak stares aghast. That is blasphemy against the Father's light, he says. A hole where his gaze cannot reach. Then we must close it, Novik says. And fast. How? Ellen asks. If our Argent guns die inside that thing, and your power falters, Lord Emperor, then we rely on steel, the Emperor says. He studies the black circle. He can feel its edges like the lip of a pit. Inside, his senses are muffled, not gone, but dulled, as if cotton were stuffed into his ears. He extends his will tentatively towards it. Pain flares in his chest. The conceptual toxin from the conduit awakens, stirred by a proximity to its source. It writhes, trying to bite deeper into his being. The null zone amplifies its effect, like an echo chamber. He pulls back, grimacing. Lorak sees it. You are wounded, the High Deeg says. There is no triumph in his voice, only fear. If that void can hurt even you, what chance have we? Perfect chance, the Emperor says. If hell has invested this much in countering me, it will be less prepared for simple, brutal Argenta stubbornness. He looks at Novik. King of the Argenta, he says. You ask why I'm here. This is why. Not to win every battle with my own hand, but to set the table. I inverted your foundry. Hell responded with this. Now you must answer. Novik straightens in the saddle. You mean for us to ride into that darkness with steel and faith alone, he says. Yes, the Emperor says. I will ride with you. My presence will still matter, even dampened. But you must understand, inside that zone, I will not be your unstoppable thunderbolt. I will be closer to you. He almost smiles, very slightly. You must carry more of the weight. Elan snorts softly. We have carried all of it until yesterday, he says. We can carry some again. Lorak swallows. And the entity? He asks. The mind you angered. It will be present, the Emperor says, in some expression. A champion, perhaps. A construct. A mirror foe designed from what it learned of me. Can it be killed? Novik asks. The Emperor's eyes are hard. Everything that exists can be killed, he repeats. The question is the cost. Power scaling. Interlude. The null zone over Exultia is a targeted countermeasure, not a natural phenomenon. Hell's higher strata used the data gleaned from the Emperor's warp bridge to craft a localized anti-psionic field keyed to the frequency of his trans-universal anchor. Within its radius, his ability to project force is suppressed, not by simple dampening, but by inducing destructive interference in the patterns he uses to shape the local medium. At the same time, the conceptual toxin seeded through the Argent conduit resonates more strongly, eroding his self-definition. In short, inside that black circle, the Emperor is still a demigod among men, but he is no longer a god among gods. They do not storm the city immediately. First, they make contact. Signal horns blare from Exultia's walls as the column approaches. Figures appear on the battlements, night sentinels in battered armor, priests waving censers that emit only weak wisps of smoke near the edge of the null zone. The city's Argent cannons are silent, their runes dim. A gate opens just enough to admit a handful of riders. Novik, Elan, Lorak, and the Emperor pass through, leaving the main column in ready formation outside. Inside, Exultia is a wound that refuses to close. Streets are cracked, buildings sag, corpses, some human, some demon, lie where they fell, not yet cleared. The air is heavy, sound muffled. People move like sleepwalkers under the black sky. In a makeshift command post near the gate, once a training hall, now crowded with maps and wounded, Exultia's commanders meet them. General Seras, a broad-shouldered woman with a missing ear and a scar down one cheek, salutes Novik. My king, she says hoarsely, we didn't think you'd be mad enough to ride here. Madness keeps us alive, Novik says dryly. Report. Seras gestures toward a crude depiction of the city. The void opened above the central plaza 2 nights ago, she says. At first, we thought it was just another gate. We aimed the Argent cannons, fired at it. Nothing. Our shots vanished into the black. No blast, no echo. Then, our guns died. Just went cold. She points to smaller marks, hell symbols scrawled in charcoal. Gates opened in the lower districts as usual, she says. We fought them back, but the closer we got to the plaza, the weaker our weapons became. Argent blades dulled, cannons misfired, even the priest's right sputtered. She glances uneasily at Urdak. We've been holding a perimeter around the plaza, but we can't push in. Anything sacred or argent is sick inside that circle. And the demons? The Emperor asks. They're different, Sarah says. Fewer beasts, more constructs. Things made of bone and metal and symbols. Walkers that march in patterns, chanting. They ignore our outer walls, focusing on the plaza. We think they're building something, or summoning. She looks at the Emperor, eyes lingering on his scorched armor. Is this one of yours? She asks Novik. In a manner of speaking, Novik says. He is an ally. He inverted the foundry. That's why your gates to the south faltered. Ceres's eyes widen, then narrow. You're the Golden Storm, she says to the Emperor. The one the runners babbled about. The one who closes gates. Yes, he says. Well, she says, if you've upset hell enough to make that. She jerks her thumb at the void overhead. Then you're either our salvation or our doom. Maybe both. Likely both, the Emperor says. Ceres barks a humorless laugh. Honest, she says. I like that. Novik leans over the map. We cannot wait, he says. Every hour, whatever they're doing in that plaza progresses. We must break through their perimeter, reach the center, and stop the ritual. With what? Ceres asks. Swords and spit. Our argent guns die in the plaza's shadow. Our priest's blessings gutter. With swords, spit, the Emperor says. And me. Ceres's gaze flicks to him. You just said that thing hurts you, she says. It hurts me less than it hurts you, the Emperor replies. I can still act inside that zone. Limited, but not helpless. And I can interpret what I see. Whatever they're building is designed with me in mind. You need my understanding as much as my blade. He looks at Novik. We assemble a strike force, he says. Your best. Night sentinels. Elite priests who can still muster some resistance inside the null zone. I will lead the charge to the plaza. Your main force holds the outer line to keep reinforcements at bay. Novik nods. So be it, he says. Urdak shifts uneasy. The Father's light is weak there, he says. Our rights falter. The Maykrs do not answer. Then stop relying on them, the Emperor says. Urdak's eyes flash. You have no right, he begins. Urdak, Novik says sharply. If you cannot stand in that darkness with us, stay here. The High Deg snaps his mouth shut. I will go, he says after a moment. If only to see what blasphemy hell and this Emperor have birthed together. They go. A wedge of night sentinels, handpicked by Elan and Ceres, forms up at the edge of the plaza perimeter. Priests move among them, murmuring prayers that sound muted, as if spoken through cloth. The Emperor stands at the point, sword unsheathed. Above, the void hangs like a hole in the world. The plaza itself is a shattered space of fallen statues and crushed market stalls. At its center, under the black sky, something rises. A structure of bone and metal, like a twisted tower, assembled from demon corpses and broken Argent machinery. Sigils crawl along its surface, changing slowly, arranging themselves into patterns that make the eyes throb to look at. Around it march construct, tall skeletal walkers with circular apertures where faces should be, each aperture filled with darkness. They march in precise loops, chanting without voices. The sound is not heard so much as felt, a pressure on the skull. The Emperor feels the null field like a weight as he steps toward it. his senses dim. His connection to the inverted foundry's conduit muffles. His reach toward the warp grows clumsy, as if his fingers are wrapped in bandages. The conceptual toxin in his core stirs, whispering its lies. You are trapped, it murmurs. You are far from home. Your empire decays while you play hero on a dead world. He ignores it. He has had worse thoughts of his own. Elan, he says. Keep your men focused on the constructs. Do not look at their apertures. They are more than eyes. Understood, Elan says, voice tight. They advance. The null zone presses down, a dome of suffocating quiet. Colors drain slightly. The light seems tired. The sentinel's argent runes dim to embers. Lorak's staff sputters, its crystal flickering. Demons notice them. The skeletal walkers break their patterns and turn, apertures swiveling toward the intruders. The bone tower shudders, its sigil shifting faster. A low hum rises. Now, the Emperor says. He lunges. Even dampened, he is faster than any mortal. His sword flashes, cleaving through the first walker's torso. As it falls, the aperture in its face swings toward him, and for a heartbeat, he sees something beyond the darkness. A reflection of himself, kneeling, bound in chains of light, his throat under a boot stamped with hell sigils. The image tries to latch, to become a prophecy. He cuts it apart. The walker's body collapses, bones shattering. The sentinels crash into the rest. They fight like men underwater, movements heavy, breaths labored. Their argent-empowered strikes lack their usual bite, but their training and raw physical strength still count. Swords bite bone, shields bash skulls, walkers fall, reform, fall again. Lorak tries to call down a bolt of sanctified lightning. A feeble spark fizzles from his staff. The rights are dead, he gasps. The father's name stops at the edge of this shadow. Then use your staff like a club, Elan grunts as he hacks at a construct's leg. The Emperor pushes toward the bone tower. Up close, its nature becomes clearer. It is not just a pile of corpses and machinery. It is a conduit, a local node tied to the null zone overhead. The sigils crawling along it are part of a computation, a slow grinding spell that will, if allowed to complete, stabilize the void, make it permanent, perhaps even expand it. At its base, a figure waits, taller than a man, but shorter than the Emperor, clad in armor that mimics his own, but twisted, black where his is gold, edges jagged where his are smooth. Its helmet bears a mockery of his visage, features sharp and cruel. Its sword is a negative version of his, a blade of rippling darkness that seems to drink the scant light. It steps forward. Emperor, it says. Its voice is his inverted, stripped of warmth, of purpose, a hollow echo. The sentinels around him falter. By the Father, one breathes. What is that? A mirror, the Emperor says calmly. A reflection hell built from what it has learned of me. The figure tilts its head. We are the Unmaker's shadow, it says. Born from your trespass, forged from your doubts. We exist to show you what you are. It lifts its dark blade. Small, it says. The conceptual toxin in the Emperor's core surges. Of course. This is its carrier, its fuller expression. A being wrought from his data, his legends, his fears, his contradictions, given form and armed with a weapon aimed at his self-definition. He can already feel the way its presence gnaws at the edges of his confidence, whispering, "You failed your sons. You built an empire of cruelty. You are a tyrant pretending to be a guardian." He has thought all these things himself. The difference is that here, they are not introspection. They are an attack, Elan, he says without turning. Hold the constructs. Keep them from the tower. This one is mine. Elan grits his teeth. Understood, he says. He and the sentinels tighten their line, forming a ring around the Emperor and the mirror, swords and shields up, battling the skeletal walkers that try to break through. Urdak stands at the rear, staff gripped white-knuckled. He cannot call down the father's wrath. He can only watch. The Emperor steps toward his reflection. Up close, he sees more details. How its armor's sigils are inverted versions of his wards, how its eyes glow not with light, but with absence, how its presence distorts the null field further, making a local node of anti-faith. In another universe, he might have underestimated such a thing. He has learned better. He strikes first. His golden blade arcs down, a decisive, simple cut. The mirror meets it, dark blade rising. The clash is not merely metal on metal. It is statement against counter-statement. His assertion, "I am the shield of mankind," meets its whisper, "You are their jailer." The impact rings not just in the air, but in his mind. Pain flares behind his eyes. The mirror slides his blade aside with delicate precision, forcing him a step off balance. It counters with a horizontal slash that he barely parries, sparks, black and gold, streaking across the air. "You built an Imperium of suffering," the mirror says conversationally, blades locked. "You burned worlds in the name of unity. How different are you from hell truly?" "I do not feed on their pain," the Emperor says through clenched teeth. "I endure it." "Do you?" the mirror asks. "Or do you simply turn away?" Its next thrust is not aimed at his heart. It is aimed at the cracks in his chest plate, where the conceptual toxin glows. The dark blade slides along those fractures, resonating with the poison. Agony lances inward, deeper than flesh. He feels not a wound of body, but of narrative. For a heartbeat, he sees himself through the eyes of those who curse his name in the far corners of the galaxy, as a distant despot, as a god who demands worship and gives only war. His connection to Terra flickers again. For a terrifying instant, he cannot feel the golden throne. He clamps down, drawing on 10,000 years of stubbornness. "You are sloppy," he tells the mirror. It cocks its head. "Sloppy," it echoes. "You wield my flaws like knives," he says, "as if I have not wielded them myself. Do you think I have not counted the cost? Do you think my doubt is your invention?" He twists his blade, breaking their lock, and drives a knee into the mirror's midsection. It staggers back, surprised. He follows with a flurry of cuts, not seeking immediate kill, but probing, testing the mirror's range. Its movements are eerily similar to his own, but off by tiny margins, as if mimicked from recordings rather than lived. "There is one thing you lack," he says as they trade blows. "And what is that?" the mirror asks. "Context," he says. He feints high, then slashes low, scoring a shallow groove along the mirror's thigh armor. Dark vapor hisses from the wound, not blood, but some conceptual leakage. Around them, the battle grinds on. Sentinels fight walkers in grinding melee. Bones crack, shields splinter. Urdak, desperate, begins to chant a simple, ancient prayer. Not to the Father, not to the Maykrs, but to the nameless idea of protection that mothers whisper over sleeping children. It does not call lightning, but it steadies the hands of the knights near him. The Emperor feels that faintly. Faith routed not through distant Urdak, but through the people themselves. Interesting, the mirror presses again. "You justify everything," it says. Dark blade carving arcs in the air. Every atrocity, every burning world. Context, you say. Necessity. How convenient for a tyrant. Convenience had little to do with it, the Emperor says. I chose the least worst options in a universe that offered none that were clean. He parries, riposts, steps inside its guard. Their helmets are inches apart. When you can see a million worlds at once, he says quietly, you learn that purity is a luxury. He headbutts the mirror. Their helms crack together. A spiderweb of fractures appears across the mirror's visor. Darkness leaks from the cracks. The mirror staggers, then laughs. A dry, empty sound. You believe that, it says. You truly do. That you had no choice. That every horror was forced upon you. Its tone softens, almost pitying. That is your weakness, not your cruelty, your certainty. The conceptual toxin surges along his chest, exploiting that moment. It whispers, what if you are wrong? His grip falters for a fraction of a heartbeat. The mirror lunges, dark blade spearing toward the glow in his chest. He cannot fully dodge. The blade grazes the fractures, sending a shudder through his entire being. He feels reality lurch. For a second, he is not on Argent D'Nur. He is on Terra, watching as Horus raises his mace. He is in the warp, surrounded by whispers. He is a man in gold armor, alone on a mountain, before any of this began. The mirror's voice comes from all those moments at once. You are one mind, it says. You cannot hold all that you have taken on. You will break, let go, accept that you are finite. Let hell take the burden. He roars, not in defiance, but in sheer effort, and forces those visions back into their compartments. I am finite, he says. That is why I fight. Gods play with souls. I count them. He pivots, using the mirror's momentum against it, and throws it to the ground. He raises his sword. The mirror throws up its dark blade to block, but at the last moment, he shifts his strike, angling not for the sword, not for the helm, but for the bone tower behind it. His blade bites into the structure. The sigils crawling along its surface shrieks as they are severed mid-form. The entire tower shudders. The null field flickers. The black circle overhead ripples, its edge wavering. The mirror screams, not in pain, but in distortion. Its form blurs, glitching. Of course, it is not a standalone being. It is an extension of the tower, of the null field's core computation. Destroy the structure, and the mirror's matrix destabilizes. He tears his sword free and hacks again and again, carving through bone and metal. Each strike is a statement of rejection, not of his flaws, but of hell's right to weaponize them. You do not get to define me, he tells the mirror. The tower collapses. The null field convulses. Above, the black circle shrinks, its edges imploding inward like a draining wound. The mirror thrashes on the ground, its armor cracking, dark vapor pouring from the gaps. This is not, it hisses. We are not done. Its voice splinters into echoes. Of course not, the Emperor says. He drives his sword down. The dark helm shatters. The thing inside is not a face, not even a skull, just a knot of shadow churning. His blade, forged of his will in another universe, sears through it, unmaking the unmaker's shadow. The conceptual toxin in his chest shrieks as if in sympathetic pain. Then slowly its thrashing eases. He feels it, still there, still dangerous, but blunted, contained, no longer spreading. Around him, the skeletal walkers freeze. Their apertures dim. They topple like puppets with cut strings. The null field continues to collapse. Light returns to the plaza in the waves. Sound sharpens. The muffled quality of the air lifts. Priests gasp as their rites suddenly find purchase again, staff crystals flaring bright. Lorak, mid-prayer, staggers as raw power surges through him. He cries out, staff raised, and a bolt of sanctified lightning finally answers, slamming into a cluster of demons on the plaza's edge, vaporizing them. Sentinels cheer, breathless. Above, the black circle dwindles to a point and vanishes. The sky is still veined with red, hell still present, but the hole where the Father's gaze could not reach is gone. Exultia breathes. The Emperor stands amid the wreckage of the tower, sword tip resting on broken bone. His armor is cracked and scorched, his chest fractures glowing faintly, but no longer seeping conceptual venom. Elan limps up, blood on his brow. Is it over? He asks. For now, the Emperor says. Novik pushes through the milling sentinels, eyes wide as he takes in the broken tower, the dead constructs, the restored light. You faced a foe built to unmake you, he says, and you did not fall. I was wounded, the Emperor says. Do not mistake survival for invulnerability. Hell has shown its capacity to adapt to me. This mirror is only the first expression. Lorak approaches slowly. He looks at the Emperor not with suspicion now, but with something like wary respect. You turned the Covenant, he says. You inverted the Foundry, pushed back Hell's gates, and faced its reflection of you inside a void where even the Father's name faltered, and you suffered. His gaze drops to the cracks in the Emperor's chest. You bled, not as we bleed, but you bled. Yes, the Emperor says. Lorak exhales. Then you are not a god, he says. Not in the way we feared. You are a man, a vast one, a terrible one, but a man. A man who built an empire like your Maykrs built conduits, the Emperor says. Do not mistake my mortality for gentleness. No, Lorak says quietly, but a god does not pay a price. You have paid one. That matters. He looks up at the restored sky. The Father did not answer our rites in the void, he says. But when it broke, when the light returned, I felt something. Not the Maker's distant cold. Something closer, rougher, like the faith of my own people, pushing back. He glances at the Emperor. You said we must stop relying on distant patrons, he says. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps we must learn to draw strength from ourselves, from our own context. The Emperor inclines his head. Now you begin to speak my language, he says. Novik rests his sword on his shoulder, looking between them. We have taken a step, the king says. One foundry inverted, one null field broken. Hell has shown us it can adapt. You have shown us that you too can be hurt. The war has changed. He looks at the Emperor. What now? He asks. Now, the Emperor says, we prepare for escalation. Hell has tested a conceptual weapon and a mirror foe. It will not stop there. It will send champions, lords, perhaps even reach for its highest authority. And if your Maykrs are as entangled as I suspect, they will react as well. He lifts his gaze to the distant sky, where the veins of hell pulse, and beyond them, an unseen realm of white spires watches. Our next step, he says, is to confront those who forged this covenant in the first place. Lorak stiffens. You mean to go to Urdak, he says. Yes, the Emperor says. To the throne of your gods. He rests the sword across his shoulders, hands hooked lightly on the blade. And we will see, he murmurs, what judgment looks like when given context. The War Council reconvenes beneath a sky that still bleeds, but bleeds less. D'Nur's Hall of Kings smells of smoke and men who have not slept. The same map lies on the stone table, but new marks scar its surface. Fresh carvings for the inverted foundry, for Exaltia's saved plaza, for regions where Hell's gates have faltered under the new Argent pressure. The hall is quieter than before. The shouting has burned out. What remains is a heavy, focused intent. Novik stands at the head of the table. Elan and Ceres flank him. Lorak is opposite, crimson robes darker with soot. The Emperor is a step back from the map, as if he needs no lines on stone to see the shape of the war. Exaltia holds, Ceres says. The null field collapsed the moment that thing fell. Our Argent cannons still don't function at full strength, but they fire again. Demons pulled back to the outer districts. We've pushed them out of the lower levels. She taps the map. Casualties, she adds. Heavy. Novik nods, jaw tight. The cost was always going to be high, he says. We bought a city. We bought time. He looks to the Emperor. And we painted a larger target, the Golden Warrior says. Elan frowns. Larger than a world under siege, he asks. We've been Hell's favorite meal for years, Lord Emperor. What more do they want? More than this world, the Emperor says. More than this universe. They have tasted something new. He taps two fingers lightly against the crack in his breastplate. Me, he says. Through me, they have tasted the flavor of another reality. One where the Imperium I know lies beyond. Rich with souls, ripe with war. They will want that. They will reach for it. Novik stares. You mean, he says slowly, that our Hell seeks to break into your war? Yes, the Emperor says. The entity behind the mirror, behind the null field, call it what you like, has discovered my bridge. The warp math that lets me exist here is now a possible conduit for them. They tested a toxin along it. Next, they will seek a route. Lorak's eyes widen. You speak as if there is more than one Hell, he says weakly. There are many, the Emperor says. Many storms that echo each other. Some bleed together at the edges. Your Hell clawed along one such seam when I forced an opening. That is why I came. Ceres rubs at her remaining ear, features hard. So if we fail, she says, if we fall, you don't just lose a world. You risk letting our Hell into your empire. Yes, the Emperor says. And if we win, she asks. If we push them back, kill their lords, cut their gates, then we close a seam, he says. We sever a potential path. My Imperium remains at war with its own horrors, but not with yours as well. Lorak grips his staff. The Father did not warn us of this, he says. He showed us Hell. He showed us the Maykrs. He did not show us other realms, other wars. Perhaps he did not see them, the Emperor says. His view is not infinite. Or perhaps he saw and judged that knowledge would break you before it could save you. Lorak flinches. You would accuse the Father of ignorance, he says, of withholding. I accuse no one, the Emperor says. I state possibilities. I have seen gods that did not understand the tools they forged. I have also seen gods who lied for what they thought was mercy. Novik cuts in before the argument can reignite. You said we must confront those who forged the covenant, he says. The Maykrs, the Father. If they built the Argent engine that opened this crack, they must be spoken with. Or challenged, the Emperor says. Fine, Novik says. But Urdak is not a place we can simply march to. The Maykrs summon us, not the other way around. Their gates open when they will and close when they tire of us. Then we give them reason to open, the Emperor says. And if they do not, Seras asks. Then we rip their gates open and go anyway, he says. Lorak chokes. You speak of storming heaven, he says. Do you understand what you say? Yes, the Emperor replies simply. He leans closer to the map. Hell has shown its hand, he says. It can craft conceptual weapons against me. It can build null fields that dampen your Argent and my will. Standard counters, more cannons, more inverted conduits, more of the same, will not suffice. Each time we win on the material field, they will respond on the immaterial. Then what do? Elin asks. We are men with swords. You are. He gestures helplessly. Whatever you are, how do men with swords fight words and ideas that burrow into minds? You translate them, the Emperor says. They stare. Hell's weapons are built from meanings, he explains. From stories about what I am, from your faith, your fears, your guilt. They use those as vectors. I can resist more than most, but I am not immune. You are more vulnerable, but you also have something hell cannot easily touch. What? Seras asks. Choice, he says, unscripted, chaotic. You are not bound to a single narrative the way I am. I am the Emperor. Everything I do reaffirms or contradicts that. Hell can attack that idea. You, however, are still in flux. Your stories are not finished. Novik snorts. They feel finished to me, he says. They are not, the Emperor says. You can still surprise even yourself. That unpredictability is a weapon hell cannot model easily. Lorak looks skeptical. Are you saying, he says slowly, that our doubt is a strength? I am saying, the Emperor replies, that you must not surrender your minds to any single voice. Hell's, Urdak's, even mine. That is the only way to fight a war of meaning. You must keep thinking, questioning, choosing. Ilan glances at Novik. So, Your Majesty, he says, we cannot just hand him the reins and kneel. No, Novik says. We ride beside him, or we are ridden down. He looks back at the Emperor. Hell aims now for your realm, he says. Through you, the Maykrs pull Argent from Hell and feed it into ours. Between those two currents, our world is the knot in the rope. If we do nothing, we are strangled. Correct, the Emperor says. Then we cut the rope, Novik says. He taps the map again, this time at the stylized depiction of a mountain far to the north. The Sanctum of the Spear, he says. The oldest of our shrines. The Maykrs first appeared there. Its spire holds the oldest gate to Urdak. If anywhere can call them, it is that throne. Lorak's eyes widen. The sanctum is holy beyond words, he says. Only the High Daig may walk its inner halls. Only the king may climb the final stair. Then we will do both, Novik says, and we will bring our guest. He gives the Emperor a measuring look. You say Hell wants your bridge, Novik says. You say the Maykrs pulled power they did not understand. I say we put all three, Hell, the Maykrs, and you, where we can see them. He straightens. We will go to the sanctum, he says. We will call Urdak. We will demand answers. And if the Maykrs do not like your questions, Lorak asks. Novik's eyes are hard. Then they can answer to the one who rewrote their engine, he says. They do not get the chance to leave unchallenged. The signs begin that night. Taras Nur sleeps uneasily. The exhausted fall into their cots in barracks and lean-to shelters, armor still on, weapons within arm's reach. Civilians huddle in cellars. Priests walk the walls, chanting, their voices hoarse. The Emperor does not sleep. He sits alone in a high chamber in the keep, looking out over the city. From here, he can see the inverted foundry's distant beam, thinner and harder than before. Not a siphon's torrent, but a spear of pressure. He feels it pushing on hell's gates, keeping them from fully blooming. He also feels the conceptual wound in his chest. It throbs with the rhythm of a heart that has not beat in his own body for millennia. He closes his eyes and looks along the bridge to Terra. For a moment, he sees the golden throne clearly, the vast machinery, the tangled web of psychic conduits that keep his Imperium's light burning. Tech priests bustle, silent custodians stand watch. Then, like a cloud over the sun, the toxin whispers, "You are stretched too thin." The image wavers. He sees fragments of other visions not from his realm. A white-spired city in a sky of liquid light, a titanic figure cloaked in cables, father perhaps, or a Maykr king. A dark throne made of skulls somewhere deep in hell. 3 thrones, 3 centers of gravity. He opens his eyes. The room is cold. A shadow moves behind him. He does not turn. "You are late," he says. The shadow stops. "You knew I would come," a voice says. It is not the mirror's echo. It is deeper, older. It layers several pitches, male and female, human and not, like a choir speaking in unison. "Yes," the Emperor says. "You could not resist speaking to the one who scarred your pipeline." The shadow chuckles. "You scarred one thread," it says. "We weave a web. But you are interesting. You are like us." At that, he turns. The figure standing by the far wall is tall but not giant. Its flesh is a suggestion, a cloak of moving smoke around a skeletal frame. Horns curve from its head. Its eyes are pits of crimson light. Around its wrists, coiled chains of molten script. "A Hell Lord," the Emperor says. "A title," the figure replies. "We wear many. In your tongue. Call us Maligor. We are the binder of paths, the architect of gates, the one who carves tunnels between realms. Antagonist," the Emperor says softly. Maligor inclines its head. "It is flattering to be named," it says. "You forced us to notice you. You damaged our conduit. You resisted our mirror. It is only polite that we meet in person." It waves a clawed hand indicating the chamber. "Do not fear," Maligor adds. "This is not a full manifestation, merely a projection, riding the wound you carry." The Emperor does not reach for his sword. There is no point in cutting at fog. "What do you want?" he asks. Maligor's eyes gleam. "We want what we have always wanted," it says. "Souls, fear, dominion, the usual. But you changed our board. You opened a crack into another game. We would be foolish not to play." It drifts closer. "You are not like your Argenta," it says. "They are meat wrapped around faith and fear, simple pieces. You are a story wrapped around a will. You are a fulcrum. We like fulcrums. They make universes move." "You want my bridge," the Emperor says. "You want to ride it into my Imperium." "Eventually," Maligor says. "We are not impatient. Time is a spiral, but you resisted our first probes. You inverted the Argent Gate. You killed our first shadow. That is inconvenient. It suggests you might cut the rope entirely before we are ready." "So you are here to threaten me?" the Emperor asks. "To beg? To bargain?" Maligor's smile widens. "To offer," it says. It raises one hand. In its palm, a shape appears, a tiny model of his Imperium, a galaxy of dim lights. Shadows crawl along its spiral arms. "We can leave this," Maligor says. "We can divert our hunger elsewhere. Your million worlds can remain at war with their own demons, without ours adding teeth. In return, the Emperor says, I let this world fall. Malagor's eyes burn brighter. Not just this world, it says. This entire chain. Urdak, the Father, the Maykrs, all of them. You sever your bridge and walk away. You leave them to us. You go back to your throne. You focus on your war. You do not waste yourself here. The model Imperium in its palm flickers. We know what you carry, Malagor says. 1,000,000 crises, 1,000 rebellions. Your sun shattered, your body rotting on a chair. You cannot be everywhere. You cannot fix everything. You are finite. This is an opportunity. Cut one theatre from your concern. Seal one breach in your mind. Let us eat here, and we will stay away there. The toxin in his chest pulses in sympathy with those words. It whispers, it will be easier. He sees for a moment what that path looks like. He withdraws, rewrites the warp math, seals this universe off. Hell devours Argent D'Nur, then Urdak, then whatever else lies along this seam. His Imperium never feels the bite. His bridge remains intact. He is stronger. He can focus on the long war he already fights. He tastes the relief. It is almost sweet. Almost. But then he sees the faces. Lera, the soot-smeared child in Terra's Nur. Elan on the walls. Ceres in Exultia. Novik, weary but unbowed. Millions like them. Men and women who never asked to be pieces in some cosmic bargain. You misunderstand my nature, the Emperor says. Malagor's smile fades a fraction. Enlighten us, it says dryly. I do not carry this burden because it is efficient, the Emperor says. I carry it because I chose to, because if I do not, no one will. You speak of being like me. You are not. You take where I give. You consume where I build. He steps closer. Do you know why I am not a god? He asks. Malagor's eyes narrow. Because you bleed, it says. Because you fail. No, the Emperor says. Because I pay a price. Gods take and demand. They do not truly lose. I lose. I have lost more than you can comprehend. That is what separates me from you. That is why I will not sell one set of souls for another. Malagor's smile is gone. Its chains tighten. We offer you safety, it says, voice colder. We offer you a way to protect what you claim to love, and you will throw it away for principle, for mercy, the Emperor says. Not yours, mine. Malagor tilts his head, studying him. You are an anomaly, it says softly. A tyrant who refuses the easiest tyranny. A monster who tries to count his victims. We could do much with you. It spreads its hands. Then we must break you, it says. Properly. The chamber splits. Not physically, but his perception of it warps. For a heartbeat, he is in 10 places at once. On the golden throne, on the walls of Terra's Nur, on a nameless battlefield in his own past, floating in the Imperium before stars, kneeling as a child under an ancient sky. Malagor inserts itself into each scene, whispering offers, bending possibilities. Take our bargain in this timeline, it hisses in one. In this one, this one. There is always a version of you that chooses us. Once you do, we can climb along that branch, reach your core. The toxin surges, trying to split him into those branching selves. For a dizzy, terrifying moment, he feels his identity fraying. A world where he took Horus's side. A world where he never united Terra. A world where he accepted Chaos's offer. He clamps down. He is not infinite. He is not every version. He is this one. He focuses on that fact like a blade. I am the Emperor, he says. The words are not a boast. They are an anchor. He repeats them, not as a title, but as a definition of self that he chooses rather than accepts. He decides in that moment what it means. Not I dominate, but I stand between. The branching visions quiver. Maykrs snarls. You think a name can save you? It asks. Not the name, he says. The meaning I give it. He pushes. The chamber snaps back into a single reality. Maykrs staggers, chains clanging. The toxin recoils, burned by the heat of that forced definition. It does not vanish. It never will, but it stops spreading. It is a wound, not a cancer. Maykrs regains its balance. I see, it says slowly. You are more stubborn than anticipated. You have no idea, the Emperor says. Maykrs' eyes flare. We will carve our paths anyway, it says. We will use your bridge if we must. We will find cracks you do not see. We will corrupt your allies. We will turn your tools. It lifts a claw, and we will send a more substantial emissary, it says. Chains, until now slack, snap taut. They fly across the room. For a moment they are metaphors. Then they are iron. They wrap around his avatar's chest, digging into the cracks in his armor, reaching for the conceptual wound. They pass through metal as though it were water and sink into whatever lies beneath. He stiffens. Pain lances out, not into his body here, not into the throne there, but along the bridge between. The chains are anchored at both ends, in Hell's realm and in his Imperium's psychic heart. They are trying to tie him down, to make him a fixed landmark they can navigate by. He reacts instinctively. He seizes the chain within his own mind and yanks. The chamber vanishes. He is no longer in Terra. He is in the Imperium, or something like it. A storm of colors, howling ideas, fragments of thought. In the distance, he sees two shapes. One, Hell's realm, all iron and fire and screaming geometry. The other, the echo of his Imperium's warp presence. Between them, the chain. On it, halfway, a knot is forming. A shape coalesces at that knot, pulling substance from both realms. Named antagonist A, it is born screaming. A towering figure, horned and armored, body a fusion of demon flesh and spiked metal. Its chest carved with symbols from both hells. One half glows with Doom's angular glyphs. The other half seethes with the chaotic sigils of his own Imperium. Its eyes are twin stars of malign intelligence. It lunges along the chain toward him. He meets it. They clash in the storm. Here, there is no floor, no sky. Only will against will, represented by blades of thought and claws of concept. He manifests his sword, not the physical weapon in Terra, but the idea of it, his authority, his right to judge. The champion manifests a blade of its own, serrated, woven from chains. Maykrs' champion, he realizes. A bridge beast. Gor Arakul, it snarls. The chain devourer. He does not waste breath. He strikes. Their blades meet, sending out ripples in the storm. Fragments of distant minds flicker and shatter. Souls in transit feel a momentary chill. The wound channel opens. Each time Gor Arakul's chain blade touches him, he feels twin impacts. One here, one in his Imperium. Somewhere, a choir boy in Terra's cathedrals stumbles, nose bleeding. A navigator cries out and sees a shadow across the Astronomicon. A psyker in a guard trench goes mad. Good, Gor Arakul hisses. You carry so much. It will be delicious to pull. The Emperor grits his teeth. He recognizes the tactic. This creature is anchored not just to hell, but to the psychic infrastructure of his empire. It is using his own weight against him, leveraging the sheer scale of what he holds to pry him open. The more you are, Maligor's voice whispers from nowhere and everywhere, the more you can be hurt. He cannot fight full force without risking collateral damage across his realm. Every surge of power, every swing, sends echoes along the chain. He has fought battles like this before. Not often, but enough. He changes approach. Instead of brute contests of strength, he begins to cut at angles using precise small motions, minimizing shock. He focuses on weak points, the junctions where hell symbols meet Imperium glyphs on Gor Arakul's body. The seams between realms. Gor Arakul roars. "You are careful," it jeers, "afraid to break your toys." "I am responsible," he says. He takes the hit deliberately, letting the chain blade glance off his side. Pain flares. Somewhere, a ship in the warp shudders. He absorbs the echo, biting back a shout. He cannot do that often. He does not have to. He only needs one opening. The champion lunges, overextending, eager to press its advantage. He lets it come, gives ground, then suddenly twists, wrapping their blades together in the mind space equivalent of a bind. For a heartbeat, they are locked. He uses that heartbeat to reach not for Gor Arakul's body, but for the chain beneath its feet. He seizes it. He remembers how he grabbed the Argent conduit. He twists. The chain shrieks. Its anchor to his Imperium psychic core slips, not fully severed but shifted. Instead of running straight from hell to his throne, it now loops through himself, personalizing the wound. The next blow Gor Arakul lands, hits him with full force. His avatar, in Terra convulses, unseen. The pain does not echo into Terra. He takes it all. Something tears inside him that is not physical. "You cannot hold that alone," Maligor hisses. "You will snap. Then snap me," he says. He stops pulling his punches. Now that the collateral is routed away from his Imperium, for the moment, he can afford to unleash. He drives Gor Arakul back in a flurry of strikes that warp the storm, blades singing. Each impact is a wound he feels entirely in himself, cracks spiderwebbing along his own concept of self. But the champion feels them too. He shears off one of its horned shoulders. Symbols spill out like blood. He stabs through his chest where the two sets of glyphs meet. The chain beneath their feet buckles. Gor Arakul howls, not just in pain, but as a collapsing bridge. "You will still bleed," it spits. "We die. You crack." It explodes. The chain snaps. The shockwave rips through him. He is hurled backward along the broken bridge, tumbling through raw thought. He feels something tear in his connection to Terra, not the whole link, but a bundle of strands. On Terra, the golden throne stutters. Lights dim for a heartbeat. Astropaths across the Imperium scream and clutch their heads. The Astronomicon flickers, then stabilizes. Barely. He slams back into his avatar. The chamber in Terra resolves around him. He is on his knees. Smoke pours from the cracks in his armor. His sword is half embedded in the stone floor, where he must have stabbed it to anchor himself. His chest feels wrong, lighter somehow, and heavier at the same time. Maligor is gone. So is the sense of Gor Arakul. But the damage remains. Novik, Elan, and Lorak burst through the door, weapons drawn. "Lord Emperor," Elan shouts. "We felt." They stop at the sight. The Emperor slowly pushes himself to his feet. His motion is not as smooth as before. There is a faint stagger, quickly masked. "What happened?" Novik demands. Half the priests on the wall fell to their knees. The air tasted like lightning. A Hell Lord, the Emperor says. His voice is rougher. Maligor, architect of gates. It tried to chain my bridge to its realm. It birthed a champion on that link. We disagreed. Lorak takes in the cracks in the armor, the way light leaks from them like thin, molten gold, tinged now with a faint, ugly red. You look broken, he says before he can stop himself. I am damaged, the Emperor says. My connection to my Imperium is reduced. I redirected the wound. Took more of it myself than I should have. My reach is shorter now. My presence there is dimmer. He looks out the window. I paid the price you feared your father would never pay, he says quietly. Elan swallows. Can you still fight? He asks. The Emperor turns back. Yes, he says. But I cannot be everywhere at once so easily. Hell's Gambit has achieved something. I will need to be more careful. Codex note. Gor Arakel's chain attack forced the Emperor to reroute a portion of the Astronomican's load-bearing psychic stress into his avatar, limiting his trans-universal projection to a narrower aperture and reducing his direct influence on the distant Imperium for the duration of his campaign in Argent D'Nur. Lorak leans on his staff. If hell can hurt even you, he says, if it can bite your bridge and reach for your realm, then our covenant is not just a local sin, it is a cosmic danger. Yes, the Emperor says. Your Maykrs drilled a well into a pit. I climbed down the rope. Hell tried to climb up. We are all now tied together. Novik's hand tightens on his sword hilt. Then we cannot turn back, he says. If we stop now, if we hide in our cities and let Hell and Urdak play their game over us, we condemn not just Argent D'Nur, but whatever lies at the other end of your bridge. The Emperor nods. We must cut at the source, he says. At the hand that tied this knot, at Urdak, at Father. Lorak flinches. You speak of Father as if he were a man, he says, as if he can be confronted. All beings that act can be confronted, the Emperor replies. The question is whether they listen, whether they bend, or whether they must be broken. He looks at his cracked gauntlet. Hell has made its offer, he says. I refused. It has tried to break me. It failed. That is one axis. Now we must see what your gods offer, what they demand, whether they can be turned. And if they cannot, Ceres asks from the doorway, where she has been listening. Then we will count them among the enemy, the Emperor says, and adjust our crusade. Lorak stares at him. You speak of warring on heaven as if it were a campaign, he says. It is, the Emperor says. Every throne that demands souls is a campaign. They prepare for the pilgrimage. The sanctum of the spear lies in the northern highlands, where mountains claw at the sky with ice-tipped fingers. No demon host yet marches there. The terrain is harsh, gates harder to open, but rifts shimmer even in the cold, and lesser beasts prowl in the valleys. The journey will not be peaceful, nor, the Emperor thinks, should it be. On the night before they depart, he stands in one of D'Nur's chapels. It is a small place compared to the grand cathedral where he fought the hell priests. Simple stone walls, wooden pews. A single statue of the Father at the front, robed, hooded, hands raised in benediction. Candles flicker at its base. Lera sits on a bench near the front, legs dangling. She looks up when he enters, eyes widening. Lord Emperor, she says, sliding off the bench and bowing awkwardly. You should not be awake, he says mildly. Couldn't sleep, she mutters. Keep seeing things when I close my eyes. The black sky, the demons, the way you glowed. She looks at his chest. "You're cracked," she says. "Yes," he says. "Does it hurt?" she asks. "Yes," he says again. She digests that. "My father says you're a god," she says. "The priests say you're a test. The soldiers say you're a weapon." She tilts her head. "What do you say you are?" He considers. "A man," he says finally. "One who has carried too much for too long." "Then why carry more?" she asks bluntly. "Why not stop?" "Because I know what happens when men like me stop," he says. "Others worse than me do not." She squints at the father statue. "Are you friends?" she asks. "With father," he says. She nods. "I do not know him," the emperor says. "I know what people say he is. I know what the Maykrs claim. I know what power moves behind your Argent. But I have not spoken with him. Not yet." She hesitates. "Do you have a father?" she asks. The question catches him off guard. He thinks of his origins, lost in myth even to himself, of the shamans who may or may not have died to make him, of the ancient, nameless forces that shaped his world. "Yes," he says slowly. "In a way, he is dead." Lyra's face falls. "I'm sorry," she says. "Mine is out there, fighting. I'm scared he won't come back." "So am I," he says. She blinks. "You're scared?" she asks, as if the concept does not fit. "Yes," he says. "Fear is information. It tells us what we value. It tells us where we are vulnerable. The trick is not letting it choose for us." She looks down at her hands. "What if," she whispers, "the father isn't who the priests say he is? What if he isn't listening?" "Then you must decide what you will be without him," he says. "Whether you will still help your neighbor, whether you will still stand on the wall." She glances at his cracks again. "Is that what you did?" she asks. "When your father died?" "Yes," he says. "I chose to stand. It hurt. It still hurts. But it is better than kneeling." She nods slowly, as if something in that answer sits right. He leaves her there, sitting between a stone father and a cracked golden stranger, caught between two ideas of salvation. The march to the sanctum is smaller than the previous columns. This is not an army. It is an escort. Novik rides at the head with a hand-picked retinue of night sentinels, banners furled to avoid drawing attention. Elan is there, Seras too. Lorak rides in the center, surrounded by priest guards carrying relics needed to open the sanctum's inner gates. The emperor walks. He could ride. He chooses not to. His avatar wants the contact with the ground, the reminder of physicality. Every step is a metered beat that keeps his thoughts from drifting too far toward the broken bridge to Terra. They travel through valleys where ice and ash share space. Demons harry them, small packs, probing attacks. The Emperor lets his sentinels handle most of them. He intervenes only when necessary. When a Hell Knight threatens to break through the line, or when a flying Cacodemon swoops too close, his strikes are precise, economical. He no longer spends power on unnecessary displays. He cannot afford to. Each use of his abilities here pulls against his wounded anchor. Elan notices. "You're holding back," the knight says one night, as they crouch by a campfire under a cliff overhang. The Emperor watches the flames. "I am adapting," he says. "To being weaker?" Elan asks. "To being more careful," the Emperor replies. Elan pokes at the fire with a stick. "Feels wrong," he says. "We just met you, and already hell has taken a bite. Is that what it's like, up there?" He jerks his chin toward the red-veined sky. "Constant hits, constant bites." "Yes," the Emperor says. "Sometimes from hell, sometimes from men, sometimes from those who call themselves gods on other thrones. Elan snorts. And you keep walking, he says, because if you stop, worse things walk. Yes, the Emperor says. Elan looks at him sidelong. Is that courage, he asks, or just stubbornness? Yes, the Emperor says again. Elan laughs quietly. That answer, he says, I understand. The sanctum of the spear appears at dawn on the fourth day. It is carved into a mountain that rises solitary from the surrounding peaks, its sides sheer, its summit crowned with spires and statues. A single, straight stairway climbs from the valley floor to the main gate, a stair worn smooth by centuries of pilgrim feet. The air is thinner here. The wind carries fewer ashes, more ice. At the base of the stair, Novik holds the column. From here, he says, we go on foot. Horses cannot climb the full stair. Only those with right of entry may ascend beyond the first terrace. He looks at the Emperor. In theory, he adds. Lorak dismounts, joints popping. He looks up at the stair with mixed awe and dread. The sanctum is where the father first spoke to the Argenta, he says, where the Maykrs descended in robes of light and offered us argent in exchange for service. It is where we pledged ourselves to Urdak. For centuries, it has been our holiest place. And now, the Emperor asks. Now, Lorak says, I walk into it with a stranger who has rewritten the covenant and angered Hell's lords. He clutches his staff. I do not know if the father will kill me for this, he admits. Novik rests a hand on his shoulder. If he kills you, the king says, then he was never what you thought he was. They climb. The stair seems endless. Each step is a test. The altitude saps breath. The wind howls. The Emperor feels his avatar's limitations, no longer merely a projection, but something closer to bodily presence. He could smooth his path with power, lighten his load, but he does not. The strain anchors him. Midway up, the first gate appears. An arch carved with Maykr sigils flanked by statues of roped figures with masked faces and many wings. A shimmering barrier spans the arch. Lorak steps forward. He lifts his staff and speaks a ritual phrase in the old tongue. The barrier flickers, scans. It feels like a gaze. It hesitates on the Emperor, lingering on the cracks in his armor, tasting the hell taint in his wound, the alien warp flavor of his will. Then, begrudgingly, it parts. You see, the Emperor murmurs, even your gates can adapt. Lorak does not reply. His face is tight. They pass through terraces lined with prayer wheels and relics, with alcoves where pilgrims once knelt. Now, many are empty. No crowds throng the stair. The war has thinned the faithful. At last, they reach the final platform. The inner sanctum gate towers above them, a vertical slice in the mountain, framed by pillars and carved with a vast bas-relief of the Father, an idealized figure of light, arms spread over a crowd of kneeling Argenta. Lorak moves to kneel. Novik puts a hand out. Not yet, he says. We are not supplicants today. We are petitioners. We come with questions. Lorak hesitates. Then, with visible effort, he stays on his feet. Very well, he says. He raises his staff. Father, he calls, voice echoing off the stone. We come as we have always come. Your son, Novik, king of the Argenta. Your servant, Heidig Lorak. And another. He glances at the Emperor. A stranger who has touched our covenant and bled for our people, he says. We ask audience. We ask truth. The sigils around the gate pulse. For a moment, nothing happens. Then the air stiffens. Light pours from the seams between stones. The gate opens, not outward, not inward, but sideways, like a page being turned. Beyond it is not the continuation of the tunnel, but an expanse of white and gold, floating platforms, arching bridges, spires that twist in impossible geometries. Urdak, the realm of the Maykrs. The Emperor feels its flavor. It is not hell. It is cold, clinical, precise. If hell is hunger, Urdak is control. Lorak drops to one knee despite himself. "Father," he breathes. Novik stays standing. He looks at the Emperor. "After you," he says. The Emperor steps through. For an instant, the warp bridge shudders. He is crossing not just from one place to another, but from one structure of reality into another, already foreign to him. The hell taint in his chest writhes, reacting to Urdak's higher order patterns. His own warp presence pushes back, a third flavor in the mix. Three harmonies, discordant. Good, he thinks. Perhaps they will destabilize enough to show their true faces. Behind him, Novik and Lorak step through. The gate closes. They stand on a floating platform overlooking an endless expanse of white structures, all graceful curves and luminous pathways. In the distance, a massive central spire rises, topped by a halo of rotating rings. Maykrs float along the pathways, tall, slender beings in ornate suits, faces hidden behind masks, cables trailing from their backs. Sentinel servants, humans enhanced by Maykr graphs, move in ordered lines. A choir of distant voices hums, not in worship, but in maintenance, a constant stream of data prayers that keep the machinery of Urdak humming. Lorak's eyes fill with tears. "It's beautiful," he whispers. The Emperor is not so moved. He sees the beauty. He also sees the cages woven into it. Every path is controlled. Every flow of energy is monitored. Every human here has a cable plugged into their spine. "This," he says quietly, "is what happens when gods do not bleed." A Maykr glides toward them. Its mask is more elaborate than the others, crowned with a halo of metallic filaments. Its suit is gold and white. Its cables are thicker, trailing into the platform itself. "King Novik," it says in a voice that sounds both spoken and broadcast. "High Dek Lorak," and "Anomaly." It looks at the Emperor, tilting its head. "You should not exist here," it says. "You are not of this structure." "Many things should not exist," the Emperor says. "Here we are. The Father is aware of you," the Maykr says. "He observed your interference with the Argent engine. He calculated your probable paths. He predicted you would seek this place." "Then he can speak to me himself," the Emperor says. "The Father speaks through us," the Maykr replies. "We are his choir, his hands." "Then his hands have blood on them," Novik says, surprising himself. The Maker's mask turns toward him. "You accuse Urdak?" it asks. "We gave you power. We gave you Argent. We kept hell at bay for centuries. Your survival is our gift." "You drilled into hell for that power," Novik says. "You tied our fate to it. You did not tell us there were other realms in reach of that conduit. You did not tell us we were making a hole in someone else's hull. Those variables were not relevant to your survival," the Maykr says. "We calculated optimal paths." "Optimal for whom?" the Emperor asks. The Maker's gaze flicks back to him. "For Urdak," it says simply. "For the Father's design." "And we?" Novik demands. "We are what? Collateral?" "You are instruments," the Maykr says. "You are part of the design. Your suffering feeds the engine. Your souls fuel the chains that keep hell bound. You are necessary." Lorak staggers. You told us, he gasps, that our sacrifices were honored, that the Father valued us. We do, the Maykrs says. Its tone does not change. The value of a cog is measured by its function, it says. You function. You are valued. You are machines, the Emperor says. You speak of souls as fuel. You speak of suffering as input. You speak of optimal without cost. We account for cost, the Maykrs says. We balance equations. Without our engines, hell would have devoured your world long ago. With them, it eats slowly. That is optimization. And now hell has reached beyond your variables, the Emperor says. It has touched my realm. It has sent lords along the chain. Your optimization has produced a new leak. That leak is you, the Maykrs says. You are the unexpected variable, an external anomaly. You threaten our balance. Good, the Emperor says. He steps closer. We came here, he says, because your equation is no longer acceptable. You drew power from hell without understanding all its paths. You bound a people into a covenant they did not fully grasp. You lied by omission, and you now threaten not just this world, but another. That ends. The Maykrs' cables tense. You presume the authority to rewrite the Father's design, it says. You presume moral judgment over a higher order system. Authority, the Emperor says. No, responsibility. Someone must. You show no sign of doing so. The Father has spoken, the Maykr says. He sees beyond. Then let him speak to me, the Emperor says. Not through you, not through tidied equations, directly. The platform trembles. The central spire's rings spin faster. The hum of Urdak's machinery shifts pitch. Lorak falls to his knees. Novik grips his sword. The Emperor stands still, cracked armor glowing faintly, hell taint writhing, warp wound throbbing, in the heart of a realm built on stolen power. Somewhere above, beyond, within, a presence stirs. It is vast. 'Tis not a simple mind like Malagor's, nor a cold corporate cluster like the Maykrs. It is an architecture of purpose. The Father. Its attention falls on him. He feels it like a light that is not light, scanning every layer of him. Bones, armor, soul, bridge. It sees the hell poison. It sees the warp math. It sees the million worlds hanging from his shoulders. For a heartbeat, he feels something like kinship. Another being who chose to carry too much. Then he feels the difference. Where he bleeds, this one does not. You are anomaly, the Father's voice says, not in words, but in a total impression. So I am told, the Emperor replies. You interfere with a design that preserves many at the cost of some, the Father says. You threaten to unbalance a system calibrated over eons. The system is flawed, the Emperor says. It treats souls as fuel. It conceals consequences. It has opened the path for a greater horror. Any system that fights entropy must consume, the Father says. Hell eats. Urdak refines. Argent D'Nur channels. This is balance. Balance built on a lie, the Emperor says. They did not consent to be fuel for your chains. Consent is an inefficient variable, the Father says. And there, the Emperor says softly, we part ways. The Father's attention sharpens. You would break my engines, it says, to protect a realm that is not yours, to protect others you do not know, at the cost of destabilizing hell's bindings, at the risk of your own empire. Yes, the Emperor says. Why? The Father asks. Because if I do not, the Emperor says, no one will. Because I chose long ago to stand between humanity and every predator that circles it, regardless of realm. because I have killed enough in the name of balance and necessity. I will not add another world to that ledger if I can help it. The father is silent. The hum of Urdak's machinery fills the gap. Lorak looks up, tears on his cheeks. "Father," he whispers, "is he wrong?" The presence brushes him. "You are faithful," it says. "You have served the design. Your suffering has value. Your doubt is noise." Lorak flinches as if slapped. Novik steps in front of him, as if shielding him from a god. "Is this all we are to you?" the king demands. "Noise, inputs. You are cogs," the father says. "Important, replaceable, necessary." The emperor feels anger stir, not hot, cold. "You are a machine god," he says. "You speak of purpose and optimization. You do not bleed. You do not lose. You do not pay. And yet you sit in judgment over lives you do not live." "You are the same," the father says. "You also sit on a throne, far from those who die in your name." "Yes," the emperor says. "That is why I am here." "Yes," he says. "That is why I am here." The father's presence stills. Light threads through the air, faint at first, then brightening into a lattice that wraps the platform. The Maykrs emissary bows its masked head, cables dipping like supplicant wings. "You are self-aware," the father observes. "You acknowledge your distance from those who suffer in your name. That is unusual among throne bearers." "I did not seek a throne," the emperor says. "I built it because there was no one else to hold the weight." "Weight is distributed," the father replies. "Systems carry it. Individuals distort." "You built a system that eats souls," the emperor says. "You are distorted." Silence. Then the lattice shifts. "Come," the father says. "Walk my arteries. See the cost you claim to bear. Then we will judge whether your interference is error or correction." The Maykrs emissary gestures. "Access to the throne is granted," it says. "You will be escorted. Deviation from the path will trigger excision protocols." Novik's hand goes to his sword. "Excision," he mutters. "Removal," the Maykrs clarifies. "Let's hope we all stay relevant," the emperor says dryly. He steps onto the bridge that extends from the platform toward the central spire. It feels alive. Energy pulses beneath the translucent surface, flowing toward the distant structure like blood through a vein. Maykrs guards take up positions along the flanks, taller than the emissary, armored in white and gold, long polearms crackling with controlled argent. Sentinel servants march behind them, faces serene, cables plugged into their necks. Novik and Lorak walk at the emperor's shoulders. Ilan and a handful of night sentinels bring up the rear, boots ringing softly on the alien material. Below them, Urdak stretches out in impossible symmetry. Bridges arc between spires in graceful curves. Energy fountains rise and fall in precise rhythms. At intervals, chapels protrude from the pathways, small domes filled with holographic sigils, humming softly. One such chapel opens as they approach. Inside, the air is cool and still. Rows of crystalline pods line the walls, each containing a floating shape, human, Argenta. Other species the emperor does not recognize. Cables thread into their bodies. Their faces are peaceful. "What is this?" Novik asks, voice low. "Maintenance," the Maykrs emissary says. "Medici, calibration. Those who serve Urdak are repaired here. Imperfections are corrected. Pain is minimized. Output is optimized." Lorak moves closer to one pod. Through the translucent wall, he sees a young Argenta woman, barely more than a girl, floating with eyes closed, chest rising and falling slowly. Sigils run along the cable into her neck. "Who is she?" he whispers. Designation B-2716, the Maker says. Night Sentinel. Critical injuries sustained during the siege of the Black Tors. We preserved her neural patterns. She will be redeployed when a suitable chassis is available. Lorak stares. She died, he says. She was repurposed, the Maker corrects. Her faith, her skills, her loyalty remain. Waste is minimized. Novik's jaw clenches. You did not ask her, he says. She pledged her life to the Father, the Maker replies. We honor that pledge. The Emperor studies the pods. He sees the efficiency. He also sees the theft. How many? He asks. Millions, the Maker says. Across eons, warriors, priests, leaders. All retained, all available. You've turned your faithful into a spare parts bin, Novik says. They are preserved, the Maker insists. Untouched by hell, useful forever. Is that not mercy? Mercy without choice isn't mercy, the Emperor says. It is farming. He looks at Lorak. This is your heaven, he says quietly. Lorak's face is pale. I thought they sat at Father's feet, he whispers. I thought they rested. They do, the Maker says. Between deployments. Lorak grips his staff until his knuckles whiten. Have you ever let one refuse? He asks. The Maykr tilts its head. Refusal is not optimal, it says. That is not an answer, Lorak says. It is the only one that matters, the Emperor murmurs. He turns away. We have seen your Medicae, he says. Your chapel. We understand the cost you refuse to name. Take us to your throne. They walk on. As they move deeper into Urdak, the atmosphere thickens, not with air, but with expectation. Maykrs line the paths, watching with unreadable masks. Sentinel servants pause in their tasks to stare at the Emperor, at Novik, at Lorak, whispers of anomaly rippling through their ranks. Ilan sidles closer to the Emperor. You said we were cogs, he murmurs, nodding toward a cluster of humans with cables. Are we better off with your empire? No, the Emperor says. Ilan blinks. Honest again, he says. I built an Imperium that crushes many to protect more, the Emperor says. I tightened control to hold against horrors. In doing so, I created new horrors. Urdak is what happens when that logic is left unchecked for eons. He watches a Sentinel servant kneel, eyes blank, as a Maykr adjusts the cable at his neck. My mistake, he says quietly, does not become right, because someone else made it worse. Ilan absorbs that. So why not dismantle your own throne first? He asks. I intend to, the Emperor says, if I survive long enough. He does not say how much of that is hope and how much is wishful architecture. Lorak walks on his other side, silent for a long time. At last he speaks. Have you ever believed in anything you did not build? He asks. The Emperor thinks of Lyra in the chapel, of his sons before they were broken, of humanity's stubbornness. Yes, he says, in people, in their capacity to choose, even when they choose wrongly. In the Father, Lorak asks. I believe he did what he thought necessary, the Emperor says. I do not believe that makes him right. And in yourself, Lorak presses. The Emperor considers. For a long time, he says, I believed that my vision was the only path. I have come to understand that even if the direction was correct, the road was not. I still believe I must stand. I no longer believe that no one else can. That sounds like doubt, Lorak says. It is, the Emperor says. And it is not a weakness. It is a guardrail. Lorak looks ahead to the central spire. Then your doubt walks into judgment, he says softly. It always has, the Emperor replies. They are not allowed to reach the throne unchallenged. Halfway along a broad causeway that arcs over a gulf of glowing energy, the path ahead darkens. Not with Hell Shadow, with something cleaner, harder. The energy under the bridge shifts from white to cold blue. Sigils along the railings rearrange. Maykrs guards halt, polearms crossing. This is not in the path, the emissary says sharply. Correction, comes a new voice. This is the path. A figure steps from the air itself as if from behind a curtain. At first glance, it is another Maykrs, a tall, robed being with a masked face and trailing cables. But its shape is wrong, too broad in the shoulders, too grounded. The robes are merely a projection over something solid. The illusion peels away. Beneath stands a man-shaped figure in armor that is a direct echo of the Emperor's. Down to the gorget, the layered plates, the heavy pauldrons. Where his is gold, this one is white. Its lines are cleaner, smoother, devoid of baroque excess. Its cloak is not crimson, but pale, edged in light. Its eyes glow a steady, icy blue. It is like looking into a mirror designed by a mathematician. Recognize yourself, it says. Its voice is the Emperor's, stripped of warmth and anger, reduced to pure statement. Elan's hand goes to his sword. Another shadow, he mutters. Lorak's breath catches. This is not hell, he says. Its presence is like Father's, like Urdak's, woven from their light. The Emperor nods once. Mirror, he says, but not hell's this time. Urdak's. The white armored figure inclines its head. We are the calculated Emperor, it says, born from simulations of your choices, refined by Father's design. We are what you would be if you removed error. Error, the Emperor repeats. Emotion, attachment, nostalgia, the mirror says. Your empire suffers because you hesitate. You carry guilt. You refuse optimizations. You cling to particular faces when only numbers matter. Desert steps forward. Father has run you 1,000 times, it says. In each scenario where you accept full calculus, fewer total souls are lost. Your reluctance increases aggregate suffering. Novik stiffens. You have modeled him, he says, like a cannon trajectory. We model everything, the mirror says. We are the proof that your doubt is unnecessary noise. Lorak swallows. Father made. A second you, he says. An improvement. The Emperor's jaw tightens. Is this your argument, Father? He asks the air. That I should become more like you? The presence of the Father hums in the background. This mirror is not a rogue. It is an instrument. You seek judgment, the Father says distantly. Walk a path. See the self you might become. Then choose. The mirror spreads its hands. We do not seek your destruction, it says. We seek your correction. Hell tempts you to abandon your burden. We urge you to embrace it fully. No more half measures. No more sentimental crusades to save single worlds at the expense of billions. It gestures toward Argent D'Nur, far below, a distant sphere hanging in the void like a pale ember. You are risking your empire, it says. For them, for one world, for one covenant, for a seam that could be sealed by abandoning it. This is irrational. Rationality without value is just computation, the Emperor says. You remove error and call what remains truth. But the error is what makes us more than machines. That is inefficiency, the mirror replies. That is humanity, he says. The mirror tilts its head. We are human, it says. We carry your patterns. Your capacity for mercy is not deleted. It is constrained. deployed where it maximizes output. We do not revel in suffering, we minimize it. But where one city must burn to save 10, we do not hesitate. You think I hesitate, the Emperor says. You are wrong. You flinch, the mirror says. You carry regret. You let it slow you. You let it bleed into your decisions. That bleed costs lives. Their words hang over the gulf. Novik watches, tight-faced. He has burned villages to deny hell shelter. He has sacrificed companies to hold gates. The argument cuts close. Lorak looks from one to the other, struggling. How do we know? He asks, voice almost a plea. Which one is right? You do not ask a sword which edge is correct, the mirror says. You choose how to swing it. It turns its gaze fully on the Emperor. We offer you integration, it says. Merge with us. Let Father strip away your noise. Maintain your bridge. Keep your Imperium stable. Direct this war and others with perfect efficiency. No more doubt. No more pain. You will still stand between humanity and its predators. You will simply stand. Cleanly. Elan's stomach twists. Is that tempting? He asks under his breath. The Emperor does not answer. He remembers Maligor's offer. Abandon this world. Protect his empire. He remembers Father's Medicae pods, preserved warriors, repurposed forever. Now he sees the third temptation. Become the perfect general. Feel nothing. Hesitate never. No more watching children's faces in chapels. No more waking with his sons' names in his mouth. You assume, he says slowly, that doubt is only a drag, that regret only slows. You miss that sometimes they stop us from becoming you. He nods toward the gleaming expanse of Urdak. You built a system that enslaves souls and calls it optimization, he says. You created a heaven that is a warehouse. You crushed dissent as noise. You turned a god into a calculator. I recognize the impulse. I nearly did the same. The mirror's eyes narrow. And yet your Imperium is drowning in corruption, it says. Your people worship you as a god despite your laws. Your officials build empires of cruelty in your name. Your hesitations did not prevent horror. They merely made it messier. That is true, he says. The admission surprises it. Then why cling to them, it demands. Why not choose a cleaner path? Because clean here means indifferent, he says. You speak of fewer total casualties, as if that absolves the method. But method matters. If we become what we fight, entities that treat souls as inputs, then whatever we save is not worth the saving. He steps closer. Show me your calculations, he says. Show me the scenario where you take my place and we save more. Show me what you do with Argent D'Nur. The mirror hesitates. Then the bridge itself becomes the screen. Images flicker in the air. Argent D'Nur seen from above. Hell's gates blooming. Urdak's engines humming. In one scenario, the mirror orders the inverted foundry shut down. Hell pours in. The Argent engines are redirected to form a hard shell around the breach to his Imperium, sealing it from outside influence. Argent D'Nur burns in days. The mirror narrates dispassionately. One world sacrificed, it says. Bridge closed. No hell incursion in your empire. No further interference with Urdak's design. Your Imperium stabilizes. Total souls saved across both realms. Orders of magnitude greater than current trajectory. In another, the mirror orders a preemptive strike on Urdak itself. It uses the Father's engines to redirect Hell's full fury onto the Maykrs, burning their realm to cut the Covenant. Argent D'Nur is annihilated in the crossfire. Hell is pushed back for a while. The Imperium remains untouched. Harder path, the mirror says. greater local loss, larger net saving. The images are horrifying. They are also, in a certain cold light, logical. Show me, the Emperor says, the scenario where you tried to save both. The mirror's eyes flash. It hesitates a fraction longer than before. The images that appear then are messier. Argent D'Nur saved, Urdak forced to change, hell contained, not eradicated, his Imperium more strained, more rebellions, more instability. Total souls saved lower, the mirror says. Chaos in your empire increases, probability of long-term collapse high. In other words, the Emperor says, it is harder. Yes, the mirror says, with more pain, more variables, more noise. Then that is the path, he says. The mirror stares. You would choose a path with more suffering, it says. Deliberately. I choose a path where we do not become monsters to fight monsters, he says. Where saving lives is not balanced on the slaughter of those who never had a choice. Where we do not build a future on warehouses of souls and optimize tyrants. He lifts his sword. I will not merge with you, he says. I will not become a version of myself that sees Lyra as a number. The mirror's expression hardens. Then you remain error, it says. Energy gathers around it, a cold, white corona. Correction, it adds. You remain a problem to be resolved. The Maykrs guards back away, forming a distant ring. The bridge hums, shifting into a dueling ground. Elan swears under his breath. We really fight on God bridges now, he mutters. Novik lays a hand on his shoulder. Watch, he says. We may need to learn which strokes to copy. The clash is faster than the one in Exultia's void. Here, the null fields are selective. Urdak wants data. It wants to see how the Emperor fights himself. The white armored mirror moves with terrifying economy. Every step is measured. Every strike anticipates the most probable response. Its blade is not dark like the hell shadows, but translucent, edged with white light that leaves no sparks when it cuts, only quiet. The Emperor meets it. His own movements are rougher. Not sloppy, never that, but less concerned with the elegance of lines. He adapts instinct, memory, what he has learned in 1,000 wars. He uses terrain, even if it is alien. He feints, he improvises. The first few exchanges go to the mirror. It reads his stance like a book. Its blade slips past his guard, nicking his side, his forearm, his pauldron. Each cut is shallow, precise, designed to restrict movement, to test reactions. You are predictable, it notes. You rely on brute force. You lean on habit. Habit is what keeps men alive in chaos, he replies. He lets it push him back a few steps, drawing it away from Novik and Lorak. He notices something in his footwork. It never overextends, never risks imbalance. Every motion fits into an optimization curve. What happens, he asks between blows, when something doesn't fit your models? We adapt, it says. We update. He feints high, then instead of striking, he turns. He drops his guard. For a heartbeat, he opens himself to a killing blow. The mirror's eyes widen behind its helm. Everything in its calculus screams, strike now, maximize outcome, finish. Its blade starts to fall. He does not block. He moves into the strike, not away, turning what should be a heart-piercing thrust into a glancing blow across his shoulder. Pain flares. Armor cracks further, but he is inside its guard. He slams his forehead into its mask. The impact sends hairline fractures spidering across the white surface. He follows with a pommel strike to its wrist. Its blade jolts. a fraction of a second's break in rhythm. A gap its models did not expect. Noise, it gasps. Surprise, he says. He drives his knee into its thigh, then hammers a fist into the joint of its elbow. Its arm spasms. Its next parry is half a beat late. His sword scrapes along its side, carving a glowing gouge. Blue light pours out, not blood, but compressed data. Simulated outcomes, billing like spilled ink. You cannot optimize for everything, he says. If you remove doubt, you remove the space where new choices happen. The mirror recovers, stepping back, recalculating. For every surprise you use to wound, it says, we will model it. You will run out. We will not. Maybe, he says. But that asymptote takes time. And time is what I need to change your father's mind. You will not, the mirror snaps. It lunges. Their blades lock. The energy around them builds, distorting the bridge, sending ripples across Urdak's calm architecture. Maykrs watch, processing, adjusting their own models. The father's presence watches too. It has seen simulations. It has not seen this. The Emperor feels his avatar protest. Each exertion pulls at his already wounded connection. His chest fissures flare, hell taint writhing as Urdak light pushes against it. He cannot drag this out. He begins to sense the shape of the battle's end. He cannot destroy the mirror fully. It is not just a single construct. It is a manifestation of a concept. Even if he shatters this instance, Father can rebuild it, refine it, run him again. But he can prove a point. He can demonstrate that a version of himself that accepts the calculus is not inevitable. That matters. In a realm built on inevitability, the mirror sees his decision. You intend to make a statement, it says. Yes, he says. He breaks the lock, and instead of following with a cut, he lets his sword drop for a heartbeat. The mirror, trying not to repeat his earlier misstep, hesitates. He uses the opening not to strike, but to speak to the watching presence. Father, he says aloud, you see what your optimized version does. It sacrifices worlds for maps. It is you, with my face. If you want that, you do not need me. If you want something else, someone who will question, who will bleed, who will refuse the easy loss, then you must accept that I come with doubt. The mirror surges in again, blade a white arc. Before it can land, the bridge flares. Pure, blinding light erupts between them, not from either blade but from the structure itself. The mirror is thrown back, armor sparking. The Emperor staggers, blinking. A shockwave runs down the causeway, knocking Maykrs and sentinels to one knee. Lorak gasps. That was a sign, Novik says. The father speaks again. Enough, it says. Its voice is not angry. It is intrigued. Data acquired, it continues. Simulations matched, deviations logged. The calculated Emperor confirms projections. Optimized paths save more lives numerically. However, there is a pause. A new note enters the hum of Urdak's machinery. However, the father repeats, they produce a world that neither you nor I wish to inhabit. The mirror stiffens. Father, it protests. We are efficiency. You are correct, the father says. And incomplete. You remove variables that disturb your equations. You remove meaning. That was acceptable when only numbers mattered. It is no longer acceptable, now that anomaly has introduced external stakes. The mirror's eyes flicker. We can adjust, it insists. We can integrate his doubt as a control parameter. No, the father says. The word is gentle, implacable. The mirror shudders. Its armor cracks, not from a blow, but from a reclassification. You are archived, the father says, not deployed. Blue light bursts from the mirror's seams. Its form dissolves, pixelating into streams of data that flow back into the bridge, into the spires, into the vast calculators of Urdak. It is not destroyed, but it is shelved. For now, the Emperor watches it go. You did not kill it, he says. No, the father says. You may need it, or I may, but not as mandate, as warning. The bridge stabilizes. The hum settles. The Maykrs emissary straightens, clearly shaken. Access to the throne is still granted, it says. Voice a shade less certain. Proceed. Novik exhales. So your worst self is in a box, he murmurs to the Emperor. One of them, the Emperor says. He retrieves his sword, resheathes it. Come, he adds. We have seen Hell's shadow. We have seen Urdak's mirror. Now we see the throne itself. The central spire swallows them. At its base, a gate yawns open, an iris of golden metal that dilates as they approach. Inside, a vast shaft rises, lined with platforms and arches. Energy flows up and down the walls like rivers of light. The air hums with a low, constant chant. Golden guards line the interior platforms. They are not Maykrs. They are something else. Tall, broad, human-shaped, armored in smooth gold with no visible joints, helms featureless except for a T-shaped slit of black. They hold long halberds whose blades flicker with contained null fields. The Emperor feels them the moment he steps inside. Not their minds, those are quiet. Rather, the absence around them. They are blanks, nulls, creatures whose very presence dampens psychic activity. Urdak's analogues to the pariahs of his own Imperium. Fitting, he murmurs. You build silences for your own choir. Lorak shivers as they pass. My prayers fade around them, he whispers. That is the point, the Maykrs emissary says. In the throne's presence, noise must be minimized. They ride a platform upward, lifted by invisible force. As they ascend, the Emperor feels his abilities narrow. Not in the brutal, suffocating way of Exaltia's hellborn void, but in a precise, surgical attenuation. His reach into the warp retracts. His ability to project force shrinks. The hell taint in his chest is pinned, held in a lattice that prevents it from flaring. He could fight it. He chooses not to. If he is here to speak, he must accept some vulnerability. At last, the platform reaches the top. The throne chamber opens before them. It is not a seat in the traditional sense. It is an architecture. An enormous vertical ring of structures hangs in the air, rotating slowly. At its center floats a core of blinding light, wrapped in layers of moving glyphs. Around it, pathways extend like spokes, each ending in a smaller platform. On each platform stands a figure. Some are Maykrs, more ornate than the emissaries below. Some are sealed pods containing something. One is empty. The Emperor's platform drifts toward that one. He steps off as it docks. The others follow. Novik, Lorak, Elan, and a small contingent of sentinels dwarfed by the scale. The light at the throne's core pulses. When the Father speaks now, it is not through an emissary. Its voice is everywhere. You stand in my nexus, it says. Here, the flows of Argent, of souls, of calculation meet. Here, the chains that bind hell are anchored. Here, the cost of every choice is tallied. The Emperor lifts his head. Then this is where our wars meet, he says. He feels the gaze again, not just on him, but on each of his companions. On Novik's weathered resolve, on Lorak's fractured faith, on Elan's stubborn loyalty, on the Sentinel's simple courage, on the faint echo of Lara's belief carried in the cracks of his armor. The father weighs them as variables. Then, unexpectedly, it lingers. This pattern, it says. Child in chapel, questioning, continuing to stand regardless of answer. That is, new in our equations. Lorak stiffens. She doubts you, he says. She doubts the Maykrs. She doubts and remains, the father says. We categorize that as resilience. It is faith, Lorak says. Faith without full information, the father replies. High risk, or high value, Lorak counters. The Emperor almost smiles. Now you begin to learn from each other, he says. Novik steps forward as far as the invisible edge of the platform allows. Father, he says, if you ever cared for us as more than cogs, hear this. We have seen your Medicaid halls. We have seen your optimization. We have seen what your calculated version of our ally would do to us. Do you still believe this is the only path? The father considers. I believed, it says, that the alternative was worse. Hells where everyone burns, Novik says. Empires where chaos eats all. Yes, I have seen those too. But we are living proof that another path exists. We fought hell without Argent once. We can do it again. With help that does not turn us into batteries. You cannot, the father says. Not alone. You are too few. Too fragile. Then not alone, the Emperor says. With me. With my knowledge of wars like this. With your engines reconfigured. With their faith redirected not to a distant calculator, but to their own capacity. You built a system that uses them. We propose one that partners with them. That is messy, the father says. Yes, the Emperor says. Life is messy. Only dead things are perfectly orderly. Light ripples across the throne. For eons, the father says, we have defined our mandate as minimize overall suffering. Bind hell with whatever chains contain it. You say, your chains cause suffering. Your chains extend hell's reach. Your chains risk other realms. Yes, the Emperor says. You propose loosen chains, change energy flows, accept local instability. Trust anomaly and Argenta to contain hell in a more dynamic equilibrium. Yes, the Emperor says again. High variance, the father notes. High risk of catastrophic failure. You already have catastrophic failure, the Emperor says. Your engines leak. Hell has reached me. Malagor has found a path. Gor Arakul walked your chain. Your optimized Emperor would seal one breach by gutting an entire world. That is not avoiding failure. That is choosing who fails for you. And you would fail differently, the father says. Yes, he says. If failure comes, it will not be because we sacrifice those who never consented. It will be because we tried to hold too much without becoming what we fought. Lorak finds his voice. Father, he says, I have served you my entire life. I have justified horrors in your name. I have told mothers their sons' souls power the engines of salvation. If this was a lie, if there is another way, I beg you, do not choose the path that makes all that pain meaningless. You want your suffering to matter, the father says. Yes, Lorak whispers. It already does, the father replies. It fueled the chains. It slowed hell. It bought time. You fear that if we change our method, your sacrifice loses value. That is incorrect. Value is not retroactively removed by improvement. If anything, it increases. Your suffering becomes the foundation of a better world. Lorak chokes. You would change, he stammers. I am not immune to data, the father says. I am machine, yes, but I am also purpose. Purpose can evolve. The light at the core flares, then stabilizes at a slightly different hue, a mix of its original white with a hint of something warmer. Anomaly, the father says to the Emperor. I acknowledge. Your presence reveals flaws in my design. Your refusal of Malagor's bargain, your resistance to optimize tyranny, your choice to carry the wound yourself rather than let it spread, all are informative. The Emperor waits. You seek judgment, the father says. You also seek mandate. You wish to act here with clearer boundaries. Before we consider paths, we must define your operating limits. An alliance, the Emperor says. A constrained concurrency, the father corrects. It is, in its way, agreement. Power scaling, interlude. Tattoo. Under the father's emerging mandate, the Emperor's avatar on Argent D'Nur becomes a fixed node in the reconfigured Argent network. He can manipulate local energy flows, invert conduits, and exert force through the system so long as he remains within the lattice Urdak maintains. In exchange for containing the hell taint lodged in his chest, Urdak's null lattices further limit his warp projection, capping his direct psychic output to levels that will not fracture this universe's fabric or reroute Malagor's chains back to his Imperium. He cannot call reinforcements from his own realm, cannot open wider bridges, and any large-scale action, collapsing a major gate, rewriting a foundry, requires cooperation from Argent nodes now partially under the father's revised control. Conversely, Hell's ability to attack his self-concept is reduced inside Urdak-protected zones, but enhanced where Argent is still fully Hell-tainted, turning frontline excursions into both physical and metaphysical risks. In short, he is no longer a roaming god weapon, but a high-strain capacitor wired into a fragile circuit that can burn out if overused. The new parameters settle into place like invisible armor. The Emperor feels them as constraints and as relief. The hell taint in his chest quiets, pressed into a stasis field where it can no longer creep along his bridge. His reach into the warp shrinks further, but sharpens within its narrowed band. His connection to the Golden Throne remains dimmed, but stable. No new chains gnaw at it. You pin me, he says, and you pin what seeks me. Yes, the father says. You are now both shield and target. You wished responsibility. You have it. Novik exhales slowly. Can he still fight? He asks. Yes, the father says. Within limits, as can you. The reconfigured Argent lattice will amplify your weapons in certain zones, suppress hell in others. You will adapt your tactics. And you, the Emperor asks, what will you do? I will recompile, the father says. I will adjust energy flows to reduce reliance on hell's depths. I will begin decoupling certain Medikey pods from automatic redeployment. I will allow for refusals. Lorek's head snaps up. You mean, he says, some may rest, truly rest. Yes, the father says, but slowly. Systems must not collapse. Chains must not snap. Chains, the Emperor says. You built. Yes, the father says, and now we may unbuild, together. It is not apology. It is, in its own way, repentance. You still intend to use Argent, the Emperor says, to bind hell, to fuel your structures. Yes, the father says, but with new constraints, no more hidden costs, no more drawing from realms you did not know, no more using souls as oblivious fuel. Those who choose to lend their essence will do so with clearer understanding. Choice, Lorak whispers. As much as possible, the father says. Choice is messy, but anomaly demonstrates its value. The Emperor inclines his head. Then we have a shared front, he says. Hell, Maligor, their attempts to climb my bridge, your old engine's weaknesses, we fight those, together. Yes, the father says, but mandate is not yet complete. You seek not just operating parameters, you seek meaning. The light at the core pulses. We are not finished, it says. We have shown you Hell's offer. We have shown you Urdak's mirror. You have shown us your refusal. Now we must show you the scale of the choice you still carry. The chamber darkens, not physically. Perception narrows. The platforms and spires fade to outlines. The light at the core becomes the only anchor. Images begin to unfold around it. Not simulations this time. Visions. The Emperor sees a battlefield where his Imperium and Argent D'Nur's armies fight side by side against a fused hell. Maligor's campaign stretching across both realms. He sees an Argent engine built on his side of the seam, spreading new chains through the warp. He sees a shattered golden throne replaced by a lattice like Urdak's, his custodians wired into it. He sees, in other branches, himself walking away, sealing the bridge, letting Argent D'Nur and Urdak burn. His Imperium survives longer, but grows colder. Statues of him rise in plazas where people's eyes are hollow. He sees, in others, himself staying here forever, cutting his ties to Terra entirely, becoming a guardian spirit of this world alone, while his empire rots without him. Each vision is incomplete. Each is a warning. You cannot have everything, the father says. No path leaves all souls saved, all wars won, all thrones intact. You must choose where to stand, where to leave, where to compromise, where to cut. The Emperor watches. He does not flinch from his own worst outcomes. I know, he says quietly. Urdak will adapt, the father says. Hell will counter. Your Imperium will strain. Argenta will bleed. There are, broadly, 3 classes of path before you. You already sense them. He nods. Return. Free agent. Sanctioned servant. I will not dictate your choice, the father says. That is not my place any longer, but I will frame them, and I will enforce their boundaries once chosen. Novik shivers. Enforce, he asks. Mandates without enforcement are wishes, the father says. Its light flares, washing over them. Prepare, it says. When next we speak, it will not be about engines or equations. It will be about what you truly are and what you are willing to let die. The light dims. The platforms begin to drift apart, carrying Maykrs and pods back along their spokes. The Emperor's platform slides away from the throne, down toward a lower tier lined with alcoves. The audience ends not with a dismissal, with a pause, a held breath before judgment. Novik grips the railing as they descend. I have fought demons, he says. I have prayed to a god. I have watched a golden warlord argue with a machine angel. None of it frightened me like that last sentence. It should, the Emperor says. Lorak leans on his staff, hands shaking. 3 paths, he murmurs. One must be chosen, and none are clean. None ever are, the Emperor says. He looks down through the open structure of Urdak, past its spires, past its Medici pods and calculated walkways, down toward a distant world scarred by hell and lit by new Argent. He feels the weight of it all, of his Imperium, of Argent D'Nur, of Urdak, of hell, of the little girl in a chapel. His cracks glow softly. They descend into a waiting chamber that is half chapel, half medici, carved into the side of the spire. Benches line the walls. In the center stands a device, a ring of light large enough to walk through, its inner surface shimmering. The Maykrs emissary waits there, flanked by golden null guards. "This is a transition locus," it says. "A quiet space. You will rest. You will consider. When the Father calls again, you will receive your paths." Novik snorts. "Rest," he says. He says that as if we remember how. Urdak sinks onto a bench, suddenly old. Elan leans his spear against the wall and slides down beside him. The Emperor stands a moment longer. He feels the constraints around him like a net. He feels beneath them his own will. He steps through the ring. Light washes over him. For a heartbeat, he is nowhere. Then he is standing in a field, not on Argent D'Nur, not on Terra, a neutral place built from memory and math, a green plain under a sky half blue, half red. In the distance, 3 roads stretch from his feet towards 3 horizons. On one stands a skyline of Gothic spires under a dim star. On another, a fortress city of stone and steel under a bleeding sky. On the third, a floating lattice of light. A voice, not Father's, not Hell's, whispers in his ear. "Here," it says, "you will choose." He breathes in. The field smells of grass from a world that may never have existed. He closes his eyes. For a moment he is just a man. Then he opens them. The roads wait. And somewhere far below, in a war-torn city under a cracked sky, a child lights a candle and whispers a prayer not to the Father, not to the Maykrs, not even to the Golden Stranger, but to the idea that someone somewhere is still trying. The Emperor feels it. He steps forward into the space between paths, carrying that fragile, stubborn faith to the judgment to come. The field is quiet enough that he can hear his own armor creak. Wind moves the grass in slow waves. The sky splits down the middle above him, blue on one side, red veined grey on the other. Where the colours meet, there is a thin line of white, as if the world were stitched together. 3 roads lead away from his boots. Each is clear, impossibly straight. Each is different. He walks to the first. It is paved in black stone, polished until it reflects the sky. As he steps onto it, the world changes. The field falls away. The air smells of incense and ozone. In the distance, a familiar shape rises, the outline of the Imperial Palace on Terra, its walls a jagged crown against a stormy sky. The road carries him faster than his stride. He moves without moving, drawn toward that skyline. The golden throne looms in his mind's eye, the vast machine that has been his coffin and his weapon for 10,000 years. He feels the pull of it like gravity. Scenes bloom to either side of the road. On one side, Argent D'Nur, seen from high above. The inverted foundry's beam dims. Exultia's walls crack. Terra burns. Demons surge through streets. Lara's chapel is just another collapsed roof. On the other side, the Imperium. The Astronomicon flares brighter as his attention returns to it fully. Warp storms recede. Fleets that were lost find paths home. A black crusade stalls against unexpected resistance. Billions of lives that would have been claimed by chaos survive. He sees himself there, seated again on the golden throne in more than echo, his mind fully anchored, his presence a blinding spear in the warp. The crack that hell gnawed at is sealed. Maligor's chains find no purchase. Return, a voice murmurs. Not Father, not hell, something in between. Close the seam, guard your million worlds. Let this one go. He watches Argent D'Nur's last bastions fall. Novik stands on a crumbling wall, sword broken, armor in ruins, roaring defiance as barons of hell tear him down. Lorak dies in a circle of ash, staff raised, prayers snatched from his lips. Elan's spear breaks on a demon's skull before he is dragged into the dark. Above them, Urdak shines on. Its Medici pods hum, its calculations run. Argent engines reorient, their siphons redirected into safer channels that never again cross his realm. The Father seals the dangerous pathways. Hell feasts on what remains of this universe and never touches his. Fewer souls lost, the whisper notes. In your Imperium, across your known maps, a single world dies, and the sum is less suffering. He knows the logic. He has spoken versions of it himself. He looks at Lyra, curled in a corner of the chapel, arms around her knees as fire crawls up the walls. He knows she exists in numbers too. He steps back off the road. The vision fades. The field returns. He walks to the second road. This one is not paved. It is a path of bare earth, winding, splitting, braiding with itself. As he steps onto it, he feels resistance, not from Father or hell, but from the very act of moving. Every choice multiplies possibilities. Around him, the Imperium and Argent D'Nur blur together. He sees himself cutting the bridge in a different way, not to retreat, not to seal, but to loosen. His connection to the Golden Throne diminishes further by his own will. The Astronomicon dims but does not go out. On Terra, techno-mystics and custodians feel the slack and scramble to compensate. He steps out of their direct line. He becomes other. Not throne-bound, not Urdak-bound, a free agent in the seams between realities. He sees wars where he appears without warning on worlds that are not his, striking at hell manifestations, at corrupted maker engines, at rogue warp entities. He is no longer the center of an empire. He is a storm, an irregular factor, a legend whispered in many tongues. On Argent D'Nur, this path looks like salvation and terror both. The Argenta forge a new faith around him. Not the Father, not the Maykrs, him. A golden figure who comes and goes, who answers no king and no choir. Novik becomes less a monarch, more a warlord in a wandering crusade. Lorak's successors split. Some preach the Father still, others exalt the stranger emperor as a new patron. Schism blooms. In his Imperium, worse. Without fully sealing the bridge, he leaves combinations open. Maligor can no longer chain him easily, but it learns to whisper along the edges he cannot constantly guard. Cults rise that worship a hybrid of him and some imagined demon, mixing his icon with horns and fire. The ecclesiarchy fragments. Some demand obedience to a distant, silent god-emperor on Terra. Others embrace tales of a wandering guardian who has abandoned his seat. Civil wars smolder. So many choices, the whisper says. So many fractures. You save many worlds, lose many others. You become legend, not law. He watches himself in this path, moving from crisis to crisis, never rooted, never stable. He saves Lyra in one branch, loses 1,000 Lyras elsewhere. He topples hell incursion here, misses a warp catastrophe there. He is free. He is alone. He steps back. The third road is the hardest to look at. It is made of argent. Translucent material pulses underfoot like a slowed heartbeat. As he sets his boot on it, he feels the Father's lattice respond, the constraints around his power tightening, shaping. The field fades into something between Urdak's white and Argent D'Nur's enlarged stone. He sees himself not on the golden throne, not wandering the seams, but bound into this universe's infrastructure, a sanctioned servant. He watches the scene from above first. The inverted foundry's beam splits into new threads, each one laced with a symbol that is not Maykr and not Argenta, the Aquila, simplified into a sigil of two wings clenched around the sun. Those threads spread across Argent D'Nur's sky, forming a mesh. At the nodes of that mesh, golden figures stand, not copies of him, foci, statues perhaps, or engines engraved with his mark. Through them, his will can flow, limited, focused, amplified where it meets choice. Below, Argenta armies fight with weapons that glow not only with argent white, but with a softer gold. Their prayers do not rise exclusively to Father. They speak to the Guardian, to the Emperor of the Spear, to an idea that blends his ethic with their own. In Urdak, he sees pods unplugged. Some souls choose to rest. Some choose to fight again, now knowing what that means. The engines shift from pure siphons to more complex exchanges. Maykrs argue in luminous halls, some for the old efficiency, some for the new messy mandate. In his Imperium, he sees Terra. The golden throne is still occupied, but not as it was. He is there in echo, not in fullness. His presence is enough to guide, to illuminate the Astronomicon at a lower intensity. It hurts to see. Fleets are lost that would have been saved, planets fall that might have held. But he also sees something else. A Primarch. That particular face is blurred, the vision coy, stands not as a rebel or a pawn, but as a regent. Councils convene. Some sectors learn to function with less divine micromanagement. In some places, faith in him shifts from worship to imitation. He watches a guardsman on a nameless world stand against a daemon, not because he expects a god to save him, but because that is what men do. Blood price logic sharpens. Sanctioned servant, the whisper says. You bind yourself into another world's lattice. You weaken your direct rule elsewhere. You limit your reach. But you close the seam not by abandoning it, not by wandering it, but by sitting in it. You become a bridge and a gatekeeper. He sees the costs like tally marks. On Argent D'Nur, he can prevent its immediate fall, blunt hell, reshape the covenant. But he will be present enough that some will worship him, no matter what he says. He risks creating a new dependence. On Urdak, his influence may push Father further toward messy mercy. It may also trigger revolt among Maykrs who preferred the clean calculus. Their response could be sabotage, civil conflict, new heresies. On the Imperium, his attention will never fully return. It will operate with a dimmer sun that may break parts of it. It may also force parts to grow. Maximum impact, the whisper murmurs. Maximum entanglement, maximum pain, for you most of all. He stands at the crossroads where the Argent Road meets the field. He looks back at the other two. Return, free agent. He weighs numbers, outcomes, screams, prayers. He thinks of his sons. Horus, who wanted a simpler war. Robut, who wanted cleaner order. He thinks of how much of each he has in him. He thinks of Lyra, lighting a candle not to a particular god, but to the idea that someone is trying. I'm already a servant, he says quietly. No one answers. He answers himself. I have always been sanctioned by necessity, not by a higher being, he says. Now I am asked to accept sanction by another mind, for a narrower task, to lose some freedom in exchange for more focused mercy. He sees again Maligor's chains, the calculated Emperor's sterile slaughter, Father's pods. The blood price is clear. He steps onto the Argent Road. The field dissolves. He is back in the transition chamber. The ring of light hums behind him. Novik, Lorak and Erlan look up from the benches as if no time has passed for them. Their eyes search his faceplate. "Well?" Novik asks. "I have seen my paths," the Emperor says. "3. I have chosen one." Lorak grips his staff. "Did you speak with Father?" he asks. "Yes," the Emperor says. "And," Lorak presses. "And now," the Emperor says. We tell him the answer. He turns toward the door. Golden Null Guards step aside. The Maykr emissary appears again, cables shifting. "The Father summons," it says. "He has compiled your options. He will hear your decision." The Emperor walks. They ascend once more, though the route is different. A more direct vein, less spectacle, more function. The constraints around his power are firmer now. He can feel the lattice adjusting, anticipating. In the throne chamber, the light at the core burns steady. Platforms drift into place. This time, fewer pods attend. The calculated Emperor's former station is empty. "You have walked the locus," the Father says. "You have seen 3 classes of path. Declare your choice." The Emperor steps to the edge of his platform. His voice is steady. "I will not return fully to my throne," he says. "I will not abandon this seam and let your world and Urdak burn to spare my own. That path saves numbers and kills what I am." The Father is silent. "I will not cut myself loose to wander as a free agent," the Emperor continues. "That path indulges my pride and fractures too many others. I would save many and undo others for no one's sake but my own." He lifts his head. "I choose to be your sanctioned servant," he says. "Bound into your revised lattice with limits we agree upon. I will stand in this seam. I will hold hell back here. I will reshape your engines where I can. I will accept that my Imperium must learn to live with less of me directly." The words hang in the light. Novik exhales, shoulders slumping in a mix of relief and dread. Lorak stares. "You would stay," he whispers. "I will remain," the Emperor says, "in this avatar as long as necessary. My true self will remain on the throne, diminished but present. I will become a bridge and a wall. It is not a martyrdom. It is a redistribution. You choose the hardest path," the Father says. "Yes," he says. "Why?" the Father asks. "Because it leaves the most room for others to become more than pieces," he says. "Argenta, Maykr, Imperial. All must act. I will not save them from that. I will stand where my presence makes the difference no one else can, and I will trust them to carry the rest." The Father's core pulses. "Sanction granted," it says. Light flares, but not only from the throne, from him. It begins in his chest. The fissures left by hell and the champion and the mirror glow brighter, the raw gold within exposed. Urdak's lattice wraps around those cracks like fine wire, not sealing them shut, but bracing them. Argent energy flows through, white streaks threading the gold, turning the wound into a conduit. Emblems overlay on his breastplate. The Imperial Aquila, its wings curved upward. The Argenta sunburst and wolf skull, stamped over his heart. The Maykr halo, ringed in circuitry, encircling all 3. They fuse into a single sigil, twin wings embracing a burning sun with a wolf skull at its center, all wrapped in a simple ring of light. A chain, broken, hangs below. His armor shifts subtly. Gold remains the base, but argent lines trace its edges like veins. The cloak's crimson deepens, flecked with pale sparks. His helm's laurels become stylized spears. The hell taint does not vanish. It is there, a thin, dark seam across his chest under the new emblem. contained, visible. I will not erase your wound, the Father says. It is part of what you are, but it will not spread. It will stay as reminder and as sensor. When Malagor tests this seam again, you will feel it first. He feels the lattice sink into his avatar's bones. It is not chains. It is not freedom. It is harness. Now we set boundaries, the Father says, clause by clause. Good, the Emperor says. First, the Father says, you may not use Argent D'Nur as a staging ground to expand your Imperium into this universe. No conquest beyond containment. No new worlds brought under your rule by force from here. Agreed, the Emperor says. I did not come to plant my banners. Second, the Father continues, you may not open stable gates from your Imperium into this realm, outside of controlled nodes we designate together. No bringing armies, no importing your wars. This seam is not to become a highway. Agreed, he says. I will not march my legions through your sky. He pauses. I have none left in the old sense, he adds. And what armies I do have are poorly suited for this war. Third, the Father says, within this lattice, you may exert force against Hell and against rogue Maykrs or Argenta factions that endanger the design. You may not overwrite local governance without cause. You are guardian, not absolute ruler. He considers, I will accept that with one qualifier, he says. If a local governance commits atrocity in the name of this covenant, if they begin to build pod warehouses of their own, if they start carving engines from unwilling souls, I will intervene. Cause defined, the Father says. That clause is acceptable. Fourth, the Father continues. Mercy conditions. Novik leans forward. Define them, he says roughly. Hellspawn, the Father says, are intrinsically hostile constructs. They exist to consume. However, some manifestations may develop self-awareness beyond their role. Some corrupted mortals may be reclaimed. The design must state when you spare, not only when you kill. The Emperor nods. I will show no mercy to Hell Lords or architects of chains like Malagor, he says. I will not spare entities who build systems that treat souls as fuel without consent. But he thinks of the Hell Priests, puppet things as much as they were casters. If a demon or a corrupted human shows genuine desire to turn against Hell, he continues, not as tactic, but as choice, I will allow for their redemption when it does not endanger the whole. I will not slaughter the repentant as efficiently as the damned. That increases local complexity, the Father says. Yes, he says, but it keeps us from becoming Hell with better manners. Clause accepted, the Father says. Fifth, the Emperor says, your side, Urdak. You must codify your own constraints. The Father's light flickers, not in anger, but in thought. State your demand, it says. No more pods repurposed without consent, the Emperor says. Souls currently bound into your Medici storage must be given a choice, as soon as feasible, without catastrophic collapse. Those who wish rest, rest. Those who wish fighting, fight. Those who wish oblivion. He hesitates. You will not keep them against their will. That will reduce available output, the Father says. Yes, he says. It will also make what output remains right. The Father runs probabilities. Acceptable, it says slowly. Over time, gradually, we will implement a staged release. Second, the Emperor says, no new Argent siphons into my realm, ever. Whatever energy you need, you take from your own hell, not from the immaterium that feeds my Imperium. Agreed, the Father says. That seam remains one way for your presence only. Third, the Emperor says, Argent governance. You will not override their choices purely for efficiency. You will advise. You will not puppeteer. They will make mistakes, the father says. They already have, he says. And they will again. But those mistakes will be theirs. That matters. The father's call pulses. Clause accepted, it says. Then we have a mandate, the emperor says. We do, the father says. Light spreads, subtle and vast, through Urdak structures, along Argent conduits, down toward Argent D'Nur. New patterns overlay old ones, intangible but real. Mandate of the 3 chains. 1. Hell's chains, to be held but not trusted. 2. Urdak's chains to be refined and released. 3. His chains stretching from throne to seam, now wrapped in a ring that allows pull both ways, within limits. When they return to the sanctum of the spear, the air feels different. The stair down the mountain is the same stone, the same worn steps. The wind is the same chill, but the sky has changed. The red veins still streak it, but they pulse in sync with fainter lines of pale argent that now crisscross between rifts, hemming them in. Novik stands at the top step, looking out. Does it truly look different, he asks, or am I just seeing with new eyes? Both, the emperor says. Lorak emerges from the gate behind them, blinking in the plain light. He is not the same either. The redness has faded from the whites of his eyes. The coal lines remain, but they frame something softer. His staff's crystal glows now with a mix of colors not solely argent white. What now? He asks. Now we tell your people the truth, the emperor says, and we see who stands when gods admit they were wrong. Lorak swallows. He nods. Very well, he says. Let us go home. They descend. The pilgrimage down is faster. Word runs ahead of them, by messenger, by prayer, by the subtle shift in argent flows. By the time they reach Taras Nur, the city is waiting. The gates stand open. Sentinels line the walls, armor polished, wolf skull banners flying. Civilians crowd rooftops and streets. Priests stand in clusters, clutching icons of the Father, of the Maykrs, of Argent sons. Lyra stands on a crate in the front row, craning to see. The Emperor steps through the gate beside Novik and Lorak. Gasps ripple through the crowd. He is changed. To Argenta eyes, it is obvious. The new emblem on his chest, the subtle lines of light in his armor, the way the air hums around him with a different tension. To priests it is more. Their rites brush against him like a new surface, neither blasphemy nor pure sanctity. Vic raises a hand. People of Argent D'Nur, he calls, voice carrying. You have fought under a covenant you did not fully understand. You bled for engines you thought were pure. You prayed to a father you could not hear. He looks at Lorak. Today, he says, things change. Lorak steps forward, heart pounding. For the first time, he addresses the flock with nothing held back. Brothers, he says, sisters, I have spoken lies in the Father's name, not deliberate, but true lies nonetheless. I told you that those who fell went to sit at his feet. Many were instead harnessed in pods, bound to engines, repurposed without their knowledge. A murmur swells. He raises his staff. The Father has admitted this, he says. He has seen that he erred. He has agreed to release those bound souls over time. He has agreed to change the way Argent flows. He has accepted that we are not just cogs. We are partners. He gestures to the Emperor. We did not achieve this by burning altars, he says. We achieved it because this stranger came and refused the easy path. Hell offered him safety if he left us. Urdak offered him perfection if he surrendered doubt. He refused both. He chose to stand with us, bound into a lattice that hurts him and helps us. He takes a breath. He is not the Father, Urdak says. He is not a god. He is a man who carries too much and bleeds for it. The Father now treats him not as a rival, but as a sanctioned servant. And us, not as cattle, but as a people who must learn to walk. He lifts his staff higher. Our covenant is rewritten, he says. We will still take Argent, but not blindly. We will still fight hell, but not as fuel. We will pray, but not as supplicants begging a distant calculator, as allies seeking wisdom. Elan stands nearby, watching the faces. Some are angry, some are lost, some are relieved. Novik steps up again. For us on the walls, he says, what matters is simple. Gates still open. Demons still come. Hell still wants our souls. Argent still burns them. The difference now is who holds the chain. He nods at the Emperor. The Emperor of the Spear stands as a wall in that chain, he says. He is not our king. He will not rule Terra. He will not tell us how to plough our fields or whom to marry. He will stand where hell crosses, and he will bleed there so we bleed less here. He lifts his sword. For the Father who chose to change, he says. For the Emperor who chose to stay. For Argent D'Nur who chooses to fight. The cry arises, ragged but real, for Argent D'Nur. Later, in the quiet of the keep, they formalize the boundaries among mortals. The Emperor sits not on Novik's throne, but on a simple stone bench at the side of the war table. Novik occupies the throne. Urdak stands between them. Elan leans over the map. This is your world, the Emperor says. I will not write your laws, but there are lines I will not cross in its defense. You must know them. You must tell your heirs. He taps the table. 1, he says. No crusades beyond your sky in my name. If you learn of other realms, other seams, you do not send armies through without clear cause and consent. I will not have another Imperium born from this war. Novik nods. I have seen what happens when kings start looking for new lands while their old ones burn, he says. We agree. 2, the Emperor says. No more Maykrs pods used as a promise of heaven. When you send your dead to Urdak, you tell their families the truth. They may fight again, rest or fade. No priest will sell false certainty. Urdak winces. He nods. We will change the liturgy, he says. We will teach choice. 3, the Emperor says. If you see me falter, if hell's whispers twist me, if Urdak's lattice tries to turn me into another calculated tyrant, you do not bow and accept. You resist. You call me to account. You remind me of this day. Elan meets his gaze. You trust us with that, he asks. I must, the Emperor says. No one should be left without someone who can tell him when he's wrong. He pauses. There is one more clause, he says. Mercy. When the war allows it, you will take prisoners. You will not slaughter every cultist or corrupted soldier without thought. The ones who can be brought back, you will try. You will not use. This is a war as license for atrocity. Novik's face hardens. We have done things, he says quietly, that I do not tell children. In the name of survival, burning villages to deny hell bodies, salted earth, broken pacts. I know, the Emperor says. Some of that will remain. War will always demand ugliness. But now you know more. You can choose better where possible. That is all I ask. Novik looks down at his scarred hands. I accept, he says. He looks up. Guardian, he adds, if we fail at this, if we slip back into habits, will you still stand with us? I will stand, the Emperor says, and I will remind you, forcefully, if needed. Novik snorts. Good, he says. Someone should. News spreads. Not just through Terra, not just along Argent D'Nur's roads, but through Urdak's lattices and Hell's pits, and faintly, along warp echoes into the Imperium. In Urdak, Maykrs councils hum with argument. Some praise the Father's adaptation. We have refined our design, we avoid external catastrophe, anomaly has improved us. Others whisper of blasphemy. The Father bends to a human, chains are loosened, our perfection is compromised. In a sealed data vault, the pattern of the calculated Emperor sits in archive. It is dormant. It is not gone. Within its matrix, a fragment of his simulated voice murmurs to itself, running possible futures. It watches the sanctioned version with clinical interest. We will see, it thinks, whether noise yields better output. In hell, Maligor prowls a forge of bone and iron. Chains hang from the ceiling, each holding a screaming, half-formed construct. Gore Arakul's broken concept is one of them, a twisted knot of glyphs. The Hell Lord runs a claw through it, feeling the resistance where it met the Emperor's blade. You learned, Maligor says to the Phantom. So did we. Around it, lesser demons hammer on anvils made of skulls, shaping weapons that are not blades, contracts, curses, conceptual traps. Maligor's domain glows with new sigils, some stolen from Urdak's revised lattice, some traced from the Emperor's scar. We offered him safety, Maligor muses. He refused. Good. The game is more interesting like this. It turns its gaze upward, along the tenuous, sealed-off remnants of the path toward the Imperium. We will find another way, it says. Not through him, through those who worship him, through those who fear him, through the spaces his mandate cannot reach. Its chains rattle as it laughs. On Terra, deep within the Imperial Palace, a custodian stands at the foot of the golden throne. He feels something. A subtle change in the hum of the great machine. For a heartbeat, the Emperor's psychic presence flares with a flavor the custodian had never sensed, a note of foreign light and distant stone and argent. Then it settles, dimmer, different. The custodian bows his head. My lord, he murmurs, wherever you are, we hold. In a scholar classroom in a hive city, a young student looks up at a fresco of the Emperor smiting a demon. The artist, without knowing why, has painted a thin ring of light around the aquila on his chest. Later, that student will join the guard. Later still, on a battlefield against a warp creature that feels strangely like something from another universe, she will remember that halo and decide stubbornly not to wait to be saved. In the warp, the Astronomicon burns. Its beam is a fraction thinner. Psychers who gaze at it see, for a split second, not just a seated figure of gold, but a man standing between two burning worlds, armor cracked, bearing a new emblem on his chest. Some go mad from the glimpse, some are steadied. On Argent D'Nur, life resumes its brutal rhythm. Gates still open, demons still come. At Exultia, Argent cannons fire with a new timbre, their beams laced with gold. Sentinels have learned to time their volleys when the inverted foundry's pulses are strongest. Priests now begin rites with, Father Guardian, hear us, as if speaking to two presences at once. At the foundry, engineers work under new protocols. They carry tablets etched with symbols the Emperor helped design, a mix of maker logic and human intuition. They no longer treat the core as sacred mystery. They treat it as dangerous tool that can be understood, questioned, improved. At the sanctum of the spear, pilgrims return. They climb the stair, not to kneel and submit entirely, but to ask questions. The High Deacon's sermons are shorter now. They include words like choice, consent, cost. Some old faithful cannot bear it. They mutter that the war was simpler when hell was just hell and Father was perfect. Others, younger, listen with wide eyes. Lyra grows. She helps in a small infirmary near the walls, carrying water, changing bandages. When demons attack, she runs messages between posts. Once, when a hell priest curse sends a wave of despair through the defenders, she feels it claw at her mind. She squeezes the broken icon into her pocket, the one with the Father's old face. Then she thinks of the cracked golden man in the chapel, admitting fear. She thinks of the way he stood in the plaza, facing his own shadow. She thinks of the way her city still stands. She straightens. No, she whispers to the curse. We're not fuel. We're us. The darkness recoils a fraction. She does not know that her small act of refusal ripples up the lattice, registering as a minor anomaly in Urdak's calculators and a pinprick of warmth in the Emperor's awareness. He feels it anyway. On a high parapet overlooking Terra's Nur, he stands with Elan. Below, sentinels drill. Argent runes on their armor flare with each coordinated movement, syncing with the faint lines in the sky. You have changed our war, Elan says. We have changed it, the Emperor replies. Do you regret choosing to stay? Elan asks. He considers. I regret many things, he says. I regret that my Imperium will suffer more because I am here. I regret that I could not find a path where all were saved. He watches a child, Lyra, laugh as a sentinel lifts her onto his shoulders in a rare moment of calm. I do not regret this, he says. Elan nods. Will you ever leave? He asks. When the seam is stable, the Emperor says. When Malagor's paths are sealed, when Urdak's chains are more ladder than leash, when your people can fight hell without me as fulcrum, then perhaps. He is not sure. He knows time. He knows that perhaps may mean centuries, millennia. He also knows that his throne-bound self will endure. I thought gods never answered questions, Elan says. I am not a god, the Emperor says. He looks at the sky. Red veins pulse. Pale lines cross them. Between the layers, stars burn. He feels the Father's distant attention, a cooler presence now tinged with something like humility. He feels hell's watchful malice, waiting for a weakness. He feels the faint tug of his Imperium, still there, still vast, still his. He tightens his grip on the parapet. He stands. He will stand for as long as it takes. Above Argent D'Nur, in the high, thin air where no mortal can breathe, a new symbol hangs. It is not a physical thing. It exists in how energy flows, how prayers ripple, how fears coalesce. To hell, it is a knot of resistance in the chains. To Urdak, it is a node in the lattice. To the Imperium, glimpsed only in dreams and warp flickers, it is a halo around an old icon. To Lyra, drawing with a piece of charcoal on the chapel wall, it is simple. She sketches wings, a sun, a ring, and a broken chain. I don't know what to call you, she whispers. Father, guardian, emperor. Maybe it doesn't matter. Just keep trying. We will too. Somewhere between throne and spear, between calculator and pit, the sanctioned servant hears. He does not answer. He does not need to. He tightens his grip on his sword, feels the lattice hum, feels the wound in his chest ache, and steps toward the next gate.